Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Truckee Town Council meeting of September 13th, 2022. We're going to start with our roll call. Judy, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi. Okay. So Vice Mayor Romack?
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Henderson?
Here.
And Councilmember Zabriskie?
Here.
And we will note Councilmember Kluvstad as absent this evening.
Can I test this really? Is it working now? Okay, we're good. We're plugged in.
Wonderful. Thank you. Would everyone join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move right into public comment, item 4.0. This is an opportunity for anyone from the public to provide a comment on an item that is not on the agenda this evening. And you can step right up to the podium. You have 3 minutes to make your public comment. There is a timer over here on this end of the dais. And my mother always told me not to interrupt, but if you get to 3 minutes, I will, just to keep us on task this evening. Please go ahead and state your name for the record, and you may go.
Red light on? There we go. My name is Stephanie Olivieri, Truckee, California. I'm here tonight to ask you to rethink the general plan update policies for the West River focus area and to expand it to include relocation of industrial uses on the north and south sides of West River Street. Also expand the focus area to include East River Street with the intent of relocating industrial uses there as well. Our goal should be to relocate industry from East and West River Streets, both the north and south sides, and develop a new vision for redevelopment of existing and industrial areas that does not include proposals for continuing future industrial on the blighted north side of West River Street at Highway 89 as proposed under ED 6.2. We should also identify at least 10 to 15 acres for future industrial uses for receiving areas for industry currently existing in the subject areas and throughout town. Highway 89 at West River Street is a gateway to our community and should be a beautiful gateway. It should showcase our crown jewel, the Truckee River. As it is, it showcases our historic misuse of land for industry along the beautiful Truckee River corridor. But we can fix this. Please do not squander this remarkable general plan update opportunity to think big and boldly by creating a better vision for the misused and underutilized areas I just spoke of. Thank you very much.
Stephanie, thank you very much. If anyone else would like to make a general public comment, you can go ahead and step up to the podium.
No, I'm out of breath. All right. For the record, my name is April Cole. And first, I just want to say thank you guys for having the opportunity for public comment. I am here tonight to speak to a public comment which I submitted, but I also wanted to take the opportunity to put a little bit of color commentary. I am asking the council to please consider codifying the new library project in the 2040 general plan, specifically under our community character element. Adding some color onto that is that as a member of the community for 15 years in living and volunteering in Truckee, I have had the opportunity to get to know how special our community it is how diverse it is, not just culturally, but also socioeconomic status. And in my volunteering, I have noted a lack of space that is safe, accessible, and equitable for all of our community members. And I believe that prioritizing the new library as a support for investing in a more inclusive community as we build forward is vital in obtaining our objective of having a supported and diverse and equitable general plan. So please take that to note. I have 1:35. I'm going to catch my breath after running. Whew, thank you.
Thank you, April. Would anyone else like to make a general public comment this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment and we're going to move into our presentations this evening. Our
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, I have something on the,
So you can wait for that agenda item.
okay, so
Yep.
I'll be able to speak then. Oh, that time's not over. Okay, that's all I wanted to clear.
Yep, so I'll just quickly clarify process because we do have several folks in the audience this evening. So when we get to an agenda item, we'll have council questions about that agenda item. I'll then open public comment on it, and that's an opportunity for anyone, again, to come up to the podium, have 3 minutes to make a comment on that item. We'll close public comment on that item then. Okay, perfect. So we'll move into our presentations this evening. Our first presentation, 5.1, was Sierra Business Council presenting the Green Business Certification Program. I understand that item is being continued to a future meeting. Is that, Judy, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So 5.2, Becky and Michelle are going to present the Truckee River Watershed Donner Lake Interagency Partnership for Stewardship. Whew, that's a mouthful. Becky, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yeah. Thanks for this opportunity to present about the for short dips. I'm going to be doing this presentation with Michelle Prestowitz from the Truckee River Watershed Council, and Michelle's going to actually kick us off. So, Michelle, if you want to start.
Great, thank you. As Becky said, my name is Michelle Prestowitz. I'm a project director with the Truckee River Watershed Council, and we are the conveners of the Donner Lake Interagency Partnership for Stewardship. It is a mouthful. That's why we refer to ourselves as DIPS and occasionally dippers, which for the American dipper, for those who aren't sure, it's a really cute little bird around here. So kind of close to our heart here at the Watershed Council. And Becky, next slide. Great, thanks. The purpose of DIPS is to develop a coordinated stewardship plan to protect and enhance the long-term ecological and economic health of Donner Lake. We know that Donner Lake has really a special place in our hearts as citizens within the town of Truckee for our part-time and full-time and visitors. Really, Donner Lake, it is a gem of the Sierra, and as often is the case, it is on the verge of potentially being loved to death. It has significant impacts, and so we brought together a team of concerned groups, people who really wanted to make an impact on Donner Lake. And I just want to say that this is an effort to bring together our individual efforts to come up with something more comprehensive and really improve and make our efforts more efficient. Becky, next slide, thanks. So this is our core team who originally came together to form DIPS, and it's just a starting place, and this is basically, it's the water rights holders and the major land holders around Donner Lake. So of course we have state and local agencies, so there's California State Parks, the town of Truckee. I've really had the pleasure of working with Becky and other town staff and have to thank the town for the support of this effort. Also Tahoe Donner Association, the Truckee Donner Land Trust, the PUD, Parks and Rec, TUMWA, which, just for those who are wondering, who are the Truckee Meadows Water Authority? They are the water authority down in Reno, but they own nearly all of the water rights in Donner Lake. So even though it's located in California, the water rights belong to Nevada. TSD, another great partner or core team member. And then, like I said, the Truckee River Watershed Council, we're just the conveners and the facilitators. And that's at the agreement from the partners. We all came together and we identified really a host of key topics and issues. And I know it's probably kind of a small font, but basically the general categories, recreation, that's kind of the obvious. That's the tip of the iceberg, though. But that had a lot to do with the concerns of why we first came together. You know, really the heavy impacts coming in 2020, the heavy use and heavy recreational impacts along Donner Lake. That was really the siren that brought us all together. But there's much more to it. Of course, from the Watershed Council, I'm concerned about water quality and the ecology and natural resources. But there are cultural resources, there's transportation and safety issues around Donner Lake, and like I said, there's the economy and the development that's happening around Donner Lake as well. So this is just a general timeline, and really I just want to emphasize that we started this. I mentioned kind of 2020 were the primary concerns. We started really coming up with something a little bit more comprehensive in 2021. Basically, we came together, came up with these, what is our goal? What are our primary areas of concern? Brainstorming, what are things that we can do to address what our primary concerns are, what the biggest problems are, and coming up with an action plan. And part of that action plan, actually, Becky will talk about later. But I think another thing that I want to emphasize is, again, this is an ongoing effort. It's not a 12-month timeline, start, finish, file it away in a filing cabinet. It's an ongoing effort, and the idea is that we're going to come up with a living document that will be evolving along with the input and the evolving conditions at Donner Lake. And of course, the objective is to have improving conditions along the way, and so we'll be monitoring that along the way as well. I'll pass it off to Becky.
Thanks, Michelle. And I just want to recognize how much the incredible amount of effort that Michelle and time and effort she's put into this process. So keeping us all organized and all the stakeholders involved. So what is in the stewardship plan? Again, it's sort of in draft form still, and it's a living document, but this is sort of what's in there. There's the state of the lake, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more. It's basically a baseline monitoring report. And then when we get into the next few items that are on this list here are really kind of the subject areas or the goal areas. So collaborative structure, we want to sort of get the stakeholders to all agree to plan, fund, and implement the portions of the plan. Under water quality supply and use, we want to meet water quality standards and protect the beneficial uses. Under ecological health, the goal really is to protect, improve, and restore the ecological health and resiliency of the lake. For cultural and historical resources, we want to recognize the history of Donner Lake and the diverse populations, and then monitor, research, and then educate the public about those. Recreational uses and capacity, and Michelle talked about this a little bit. We want to make sure that we can provide a range of different recreational opportunities. We want to promote economical and ecological recreation and sustainable recreation through planning, facility improvements, conservation, and maintenance. Under transportation, safety, and parking, really I think one of the main goals there is to provide safe, equitable, and sustainable transportation. And then finally, under economy and development, to support development and redevelopment of the lake that's compatible in terms of neighborhood compatibility, compatibility with people and other uses. So, and then there's also this action plan portion of the stewardship plan. So it's taking all these goals and policies and then establishing some different action items. So under the action plan, for each one, we've working to try to identify an action, identify what agency might be the lead, or what agencies, in some cases it might be two, who might be the support agencies, who might provide support, and just sort of grouping things and not establishing an exact cost, but is it a low, medium, or high cost action, and then some timing. And so, what year do we want to try to start implementing that? And again, it's a living document, so this will change. We might identify new ones, some might drop off as we go. Some examples of how, the town might fit into this is like maybe under the water quality kind of subject area. Some of the things that the town might be the lead on are continuing our stormwater management and monitoring program. And potentially maybe there's an erosion control project that's on within the town right away. And so that might be something the town might take the lead on. We might do support with ongoing monitoring in terms of funding or resources. Another example is on the transportation side. There's a lot of discussion about transit and providing opportunities for different types of mode of travel into Donner Lake. So that might be something that we might be the lead on. So the state of the Donner Lake is this baseline monitoring report, and it's pretty extensive, has a lot of information in there, but on a very kind of high level, it talks about the ecological conditions in the lake. It talks about physical characteristics, the chemistry, dissolved oxygen, nutrients, temperatures, things like that, the biology, what kind of fish or invasive species might be in the lake. And then there's also a community indicators portion of the report where we looked at things like population growth, user and visitor data, recreational uses, economic health, the different facilities and infrastructure that are on Donner Lake. We actually got a lot of help from the Keep Truckee Green team and the police department in trying to collect some of that data. So one of the things is like, how many calls for service do we have out in Donner Lake? And that's a snapshot in time, something that we can go back and re-monitor and see how we're doing. So that was just a really brief overview of kind of where we're at, where we're going on this process. Here's our contact information if there's specific questions for anybody that they have about this process. There are going to be some opportunities. There's a plan to have an open house later on this year, sort of towards the end of the year. So that's an opportunity for people to get involved and ask questions and find out more.
Becky, Michelle, thank you so much. With that, we're going to move on to the next presentation, but Michelle, if you do stick around, we'll open it up for questions and public comment at the end of the presentations. Perfect. So Dan Wilkins is going to present our Employee Incentive Awards.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and we've got quite a few this quarter. So first person we'd like to recognize, and all of these employees were recognized and at a all-employee meeting that we do every quarter in front of their peers. So Aldana Fernandez was the captain of the town softball team, which is not necessarily an easy task with some of the people that she had to captain. And she's a relatively new employee to the town, and we thank her for taking that on. It's good relationship building. Riley Powers and Tom Ravey, they were two of our longer-term staff members. They were the frontline people on the vegetation management work that we did in Sierra Meadows last summer, as well as Prosser Lakeview this year. In that role, they were doing work directly in front of about 3,000 individual homeowners' properties, and probably interfaced with 50+% of those in a one-on-one basis to help people understand what the work was that was being done, what the purpose of it was, and try to work with property owners to the best we could in accomplishing the goals of the project, while at the same time helping the property owners feel comfortable about what was going on. So very tricky task, and they did a very good job of it. Another person, Melanie Conti. So Melanie stepped up and took on an acting role in our solid waste division when her supervisor was out for an extended period of time having a young child. So Melanie did a great job taking on that role, and we want to thank her for that. Brandon Mosier, he's a detective in our police department. Detective Mosier became aware of some issues going on at a local apartment complex where there were 2 adults and a young child, where the young child's health was at risk as a result of activities that were occurring within that particular household. Very delicate situation. Detective Mosier handled it expertly, ultimately was able to remove the child or facilitate the removal of the child from an environment that may have been life-threatening to the child, and then kind of move the parents into a kind of into the process to hopefully help them get to a better place in their future. We have Kyler Coxon, Ryan Zusi, Todd Curtis, Brian Farrington, and Captain Andrew Holbrook. So the first 4 gentlemen are in our Public Works Department. Andrew Holbrook is in the Police Department. About 2 months ago, there was a arson-caused fire on Jorger Drive, and a lot of resources were placed on it. The fire was put out relatively rapidly, but as part of that, it happened in the middle of the day. All 5 of those gentlemen had started work shifts in the early morning at 6 o'clock or prior, and ended up working through midnight of that evening in support of the response to getting the fire out. And so anyway, they worked 16-hour shifts, and they got some good overtime out of it, but we thank them for being willing to put the time in to help protect our community. So Angela Martin. So Angela works in our TOT division. That's another, I guess I'd call it high-touch role, where she interfaces with a lot of property owners, usually talking to them about situations where maybe they forgot to pay their transient occupancy taxes. So her role is to provide polite reminders to those folks, sometimes that have to turn into more stern and or direct reminders, just to keep the playing field equal, amongst all of the lodging properties and transient occupancy collectors in the town. So she's done a very good job of that, kind of maintaining that balance of maintaining equity in terms of the TOT, the folks who are paying TOT, and the individuals who maybe were forgetting about it. So anyway, we at the town really appreciate all of those employees and the hard work that they do. And that's it.
Dan, thank you so much for that. I think it's so impressive to see sort of the diversity of how we're honoring employees and how they're stepping up, right? Because the town employees are the people who really run this town. They make it tick. They're willing to step up. They're willing to put in the hard work. I'm very grateful for everyone here. And if everyone would join me in a round of applause for everyone, I think that's really important. Thank you, Dan, for highlighting those for us this evening. Okay, 5.4, Mike is going to introduce our new building inspector and plans examiner.
Good evening, council. I'll try that again. Good evening, council. I have tonight one of our recent employees that has come to work with us roughly a month ago. His name is Ben Wolf. Ben is the building official's latest addition as a building inspector / plans examiner. Ben comes to us from New Orleans, Louisiana, and currently is a Truckee resident. Ben's interest of being here was not only the Truckee way of life, but the idea that he enjoys skiing, the outdoor life, and everything that we in the town of Truckee enjoy. Excuse me. Ben attended Louisiana State University. He's a graduate with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering with emphasis in heavy civil construction and environmental health and safety. As I said earlier, he enjoys skiing, fishing, golfing, loves animals. He's also an adversary sports fan, in particular the New Orleans Saints, and I don't know what his last word is, participants. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ben, do you want to just stand up? Welcome to the town. Thank you for joining us. Okay, back to Dan for 5.5, our town manager report.
Thanks. And you'll note I'm not the town manager. I'm filling in for her tonight because she was called away unexpectedly. First, on this report, we'll turn it over to Bob Womack and Chief Danny Renfro to give an update on some of the smoke in the air.
And I'm going to hope that we actually get a signal back on. Do you guys, as long as you guys could see it, I guess.
We can see it, Bob.
Okay, so it must have gotten hit over here somewhere. Anyways, update on the fires burning. We'll make it fairly quick. It's just more to kind of be a little bit reassuring as best we can, understanding that, you know, our fires currently are the mosquito fire, and then this afternoon we had the Dutch fire break out along 80, and also we had the mosquito fire jump the containment lines on the west side. So, but really what we're looking at on this slide is a progression. Friday is the red. It came from, that was Friday, as I said. The green is Saturday, and the yellow outline is Monday. We don't have today's yet. They weren't able to fly it the normal time they fly it. They were flying flying other fires. But really, the important point there is we're about 28 air miles, which would be a direct line, and there is a lot of things in between that would stop that fire from coming this direction in a hurry. So that's one thing. Even from the lake, it's about 24. And, you know, certainly they have a sufficient, I shouldn't say sufficient resources. The nice thing is we have resources this year. Unlike years prior, we still have resources across the West. It's not as horribly bad as it's been. Whoops, go this way. Just a quick little note. I mentioned that there's that spot fire that's in that kind of the middle small green next to Todd Valley. The latest update about 30 minutes ago is that fire has encroached up into the subdivision. So that's really unfortunate, but it tells you the kind of fuels and things they're dealing with and trying to manage something this large, you know, and move resources around. So just, you know, kind of probably thoughts and prayers for those folks at this point. Just a quick history, I sometimes get asked this. That hatched line, the kind of orange lines, that's the current fire on the mosquito. Those are the fires that have burned really out in front of it. Again, that changes the landscape. A lot of the stuff we've seen in the last couple of years that have, you know, grown to be such exponentially big, were burning in areas that hadn't burned at all. At least these areas have burned, although there's some questions about how much fuel there is in there. But again, you know, we're looking at a kind of a different landscape here than we've seen in other places. And then just to kind of real quick, this was the Alta fire today. I'm sorry, the Dutch fire today. The reason I show you that is we get intel within minutes of a fire start, literally at this point. So we are in contact with CAL FIRE, with obviously the other law enforcement partners, Cal OES, and we're getting the best information there is out there so that we can make decisions with as much time as we possibly can have. The Chief Renfro and I meet daily with the other cooperators to make sure that we're understanding what the thoughts are, where things are going, what the likely risks are for the next couple of days, so that we can plan several days out as to what we're doing. Right now, the best thing everybody can do, of course, is pay attention to the smoke. It is unhealthy when it hits that 500 mark that we've been seeing. It's a little bit better today, even though it looks really bad out there. But, you know, that is not healthy to be out breathing that, and particularly exercising, things like that. have a go bag ready. I mean, we're looking at stuff that's a long ways off. We, obviously hope that never comes close. But as we can see with some of these other fires, it doesn't take much. So we want people to be prepared. We want them to be ready. But I've said it before, I'll say it again. You can't live in a constant state of fear, but you can be ready, and being ready helps to reduce that fear. So that's really all I have at the moment. Dan, turn it back to you.
Thanks, Bob. I think the opportunity for questions, I think the mayor was going to take that at the end of the presentation item, so any questions for Bob could come then. So thanks for all your time and effort. I know Bob's been glued to his computer screen the last couple of days with all the current breaking information on this and keeping town staff and others informed. So thank you for all that, Bob. A couple of other items on the town manager update. We've got a couple of community workshops that are coming up over the next this week and next week. One is a reach code workshop, which would be Thursday, September 15th at the rec center. The time for that is from 5 to 7. Reach codes in plain English are codes that are designed to result in higher energy efficiency on new buildings than would be the case with just following the building code. So you as a council are well aware that that's something that the town is investigating right now with some public process. So part of that public process is a workshop from 5 to 7, again, at the rec center on this Thursday, the 15th. A second meeting on this will be a virtual workshop that would be same topic. It'll be from 5 to 7 on Wednesday, September 28th, and that will also have Spanish and translation. Got a couple of coffee talks coming up. Council members Klovstad and Zabriskie will be hosting a coffee talk on Saturday, September 24th from beginning at 8:30 a.m. at the Lift House Coffee Company. And the topic there would be the same. It would be the reach codes or the energy efficiency codes, or the contemplation of them. Vice Mayor Romack and Councilmember Pallavi are scheduled to host a coffee talk on Monday, September 19th. So that's next Monday, beginning at 8 o'clock at Wild Cherries to talk about the 2040 general plan update. So thank you to the council members for all of your time in doing those coffee talks. The Truckee Litter Corp Gateway cleanup for tomorrow has been canceled due to caution over air conditions or over poor air. And it's tough to know whether the air is going to be poor from moment to moment, but that's going to be postponed and will be rescheduled. And then the green waste pickup program that the Truckee Fire District is administering and operating will be September 30th will be the last day to put a request into the fire district to come pick up green waste. They'll probably be doing the actual collection after the 30th, but that's the deadline to get the request in. And that's all that I have for the town manager report.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, now that we've gotten through our presentations, do any of my fellow council members have any questions or comments on any of the presentations this evening? Councilmember Pallavi.
One super quick one, because I just wasn't clear, Becky or Michelle. Is that report finished? The action report, or is that like in process and that's your goal is going to be to finish it?
Yeah, I think it's, thanks for giving us the opportunity to clarify. It's still in process. So we basically, the steps have been the state of Donner Lake, which I also want to acknowledge that the town partially funded that, doing, that part is in process. Awesome. So we started the monitoring, actually the Watershed Council and the Land Trust funded the monitoring in 2021. In 2022, part of what the town funded, we began data collection in May. We'll continue doing the limnology, that's the ecological side of things, what's happening in the lake itself. That will continue until October, and the analysis will be done over the winter, and we'll have that data available probably around March or April. So that's the state of Donner Lake. That's the data collection and the monitoring aspect of it. And then the action plan, that's in draft format. It's basically a table, a brain dump of as many ideas as we can come up with. vetted a little bit. Not everything goes in on the table, but basically those are our action plans. And once our core team has a little bit of a time to digest it, we'll release it. You'll have something written to look at, and that's when we'll also have a public open house. And State Parks has already agreed to host that. That'll probably be in early December. Still a date to be determined.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, thanks.
No other questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a comment, and it's again on the dips. The draft general plan update is broad enough to allow the town to take specific implementation actions pursuant to action items that show up in the report. And so I'm hoping that we'll have an end line, the bookends the baseline, that is framed in a way that allows the town to actually implement something under the authority it has, and that the same would be true for Tumwa with its water rights and with the other interested parties that have some authority in connection with the lake, to make it as seamless as possible and as clear as possible for the different jurisdictions to turn those actions into reality.
We are really trying to focus on them being actionable items. That's why we've incorporated things like what's a swag of how much we think it would cost, and a timeline. For example, what's going to be the most timely? What do we need to get done by 2023 versus what do we think can we put off until 2030? There's a little bit of timeline. The idea is to have it very actionable. And already we've had some things that have emerged through the DIPS process. For example, just this week, we started construction on the Donner Lake Lagoon within Donner's Memorial State Park. It's partially a bank stabilization and erosion control project, but it's also a recreational improvement and access project. Boiling it down, it's essentially putting a kayak launch where people have been tromping over the stream banks. We've actually seen the stream banks recede about 5 feet in the lagoon this year. And that's this year. I thought State Parks was exaggerating. They're not. But that's, again, it's a project that came to light through the DIPS conversations. It's actionable. The idea is that we can integrate our efforts, we can coordinate it, bring funding to it as needed, and then get the work done.
Okay, along those lines, I'm hoping you're giving some thought about whether we need to be thinking within the concept of a carrying capacity along those lines. Do we have to start thinking that way as part of an implementation? That's a tougher question.
That's a tougher question, and I have to admit we've not tackled that yet. And I'm not sure if it's the right question yet, and we'll have to determine that. And partly that's why we're doing the State of Donner Lake, really figure out what's the pulse of what's happening, and then really start to consider those kinds of more difficult discussions.
Okay, let us know.
Yeah, thank you. And we are also trying to reflect as much as what's happening with the general plan. We're trying to reflect that within the DIPS plan as well. I will admit that that's more than my expertise. Thankfully, we have lots of other people to inform that, but we are trying to reflect the broader policy environment as well. Thanks, Jan.
Okay. And with that, we'll open up the presentations for public comment. So if anyone would like to make a public comment on any of the presentations tonight, you can step up to the podium.
Will there be available public comment after the presentations?
We just had the presentation, so the public, yep, so the public comment for the presentations is right now. Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment for the presentations, which was 5.1 to 5.5, and we'll move into our consent calendar. We only have 2 items this evening. 6.1, accepting the quarter ended June 30th, 2022 Treasurer's Report. And 6.2, consideration of the MOU with the county regarding Measure V proceeds. Do any of my fellow council members wish to pull a consent item this evening? Okay. Do any members of staff wish to pull a consent item this evening?
No.
Okay. Do any members of our public wish to pull a consent item this evening? Okay, I will say I would like to pull 6.2, which is the consideration of the MOU. So we'll move forward with 6.1. Do I have a motion to pass 6.1?
So moved. Second.
And a second?
Second.
Councilmember Pallavi seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So 6.1 passes unanimously. Thank you. So 6.2, the consideration of the MOU with the county regarding Measure V proceeds. I don't have any questions, but I did want to make a few comments on it this evening. Before I do that, I did want to provide my fellow council members with an opportunity for any questions or comments that they would like to make on it.
I'll make a comment after I hear what your comments are potentially, but I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for pulling it.
Mayor, I would also note that Caleb Dardick with Nevada County is with us tonight to answer any questions that may come up.
Thank you for that. And I believe we do then have to open public comment for 6.2. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So if there are no council questions, I will open public comment for item 6.2 first. Would anyone like to make a public comment on this agenda item? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, and it sounds like I can go right into my comments. Okay, perfect. I really wanted to take this opportunity to thank our town team for all of your tremendous work on this. I know it was a really big lift, and I appreciate all of the work in the negotiation. I know that you all did the best that you possibly could in these circumstances. And I also understand that historically this was a really big lift for the county to yield like this in response to some of our concerns, like adding a sunset to the measure. So I really appreciate that. I applaud both the town and the county for facilitating this and for working hard for Eastern County and the county in general. I am going to support the MOU before us tonight because it is critical should this measure pass. Having said that, I do not support this tax measure, and I feel an obligation to my values and to the citizens of Truckee to reiterate this position, which I've previously stated on the dais. That's a really hard thing to do tonight, given the smoke that we're seeing outside and that we have our county partners in the room with us, and I very much respect them. But it's something that I have to do. This tax measure puts the town in a position where we have more limited ability to address unforeseen issues in the future. We will only have 1/4 cent of sales taxing capability for as long as the 10-year period lasts. This is taking tools directly out of Truckee's toolbox. I had always wished this was a special tax, not a general tax. There is no obligation for the county to use these funds for the sole purposes of wildfire prevention. They can be redirected in any way over the 10-year period. And lastly, I still believe, as I've stated previously, that the return to source is inequitable. So again, I truly do applaud the county for yielding in the ways that you have, which I understand is quite historic. And I applaud the efforts of everyone here at town in the negotiation process. But this measure is still so imperfect as to cause me great concern. And as such, I will not be supporting this measure, despite supporting the MOU before us this evening. Councilmember Pallavi, would you like to make any comments?
I will. And I will first say I applaud you. That was very well said. I think that articulates many of the same concerns that I would share as well, and I'm not going to repeat those. I'm going to maybe add two more concerns. I think that also I will also be publicly taking a no position on this ballot measure as well during this election season. I do believe it is still imperfect. I believe that there were significantly other mechanisms that could have been utilized to make it a better taxing measure on the county, on our county residents. In addition to the folks who aren't our county residents, who will also be paying into this tax measure. And there's two reasons why I point that out. One, I sat in on yet another Measure V presentation this morning during Good Morning Truckee, and there were 2 points that the county staff raised that really sort of just continue to also allow me the space to not support it really cleanly. The first one of those was that as part of the presentation, the representative from the county mentioned that there was business involvement in the formation of this measure, that there was business representation at the CEO roundtable as they were crafting this measure. And the reason why business involvement is so important because the people who are going to be collecting and remitting said sales tax are our local businesses. And by increasing this, we are directly impacting the spending ability of people in our community. We are making things more expensive during a time of high inflation. The fact that that person from the county mentioned that there was business involvement was inaccurate. There have not been any consultations with any local chambers. There have not been any business owners invited to partake in any of those meetings and even talk about, hey, what does this mean? What have you guys seen when sales tax increases happen? Do people take their large purchases out of county or out of town or out of state? And in particular, our community is incredibly sensitive to that. So that's one reason why, I just find this to be a very sort of disingenuous way of proposing this tax measure. The second one, and Councilmember Zabriskie has brought this up, and I'm not speaking for him, and I don't know if he still feels this way, but it's everything that was presented in the ballot measure this morning was about property value. It was about protecting property. It's over and over again about protecting the value of our communities, which I don't dispute is an incredibly important aspect. If that's the case, then shouldn't a property tax have been considered? If we're looking at trying to protect our property values and we're looking at trying to protect our properties, the nexus is very clearly goes back to that type of funding mechanism. So I disagree with the mechanism in addition to all of the other things that you said, sunset clauses, sales tax rates, general versus special. There are just too many pieces that don't come together on this measure for me to also support it. So I share Mayor Henderson's opinion on this. I will also support the MOU. It's the best deal we got, so we're going to take it. And I will also be unsupportive during this ballot season. Thank you for the time to say that.
Thank you, Councilmember Pahlavi. Vice Mayor Romack, would you like to say anything?
Sure. I share a lot of the same sentiments with my fellow council members, concerns. I think we shared a lot of these when the county presented on the MOU a month or so ago. I do really appreciate town staff's effort on working through this MOU, as well as appreciating county staff's effort. The MOU took a few more steps, I think, that we were hoping to see. So I will follow in line with my fellow council members in going on the record, and I will support this MOU, but I will not be supporting Measure V.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romack. Councilmember Zabriskie, would you like to make any comments this evening?
I want to thank Council Member Pahlavi, Supervisor Bullock Hardy, Town Manager Jen, our former Supervisor Richard Anderson, and all the staff that helped negotiate this MOU and reduce it to writing. I really appreciate it. I think you accomplished as much as was reasonably possible.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. So with that, we do need to move on 6.2.
Can I ask a quick question? So,
Sure.
and I'm asking this, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but Andy can tell us. So I did just hear three opinions in a certain direction, and with all due respect to Councilmember Klostad not being here, I don't know that would necessarily change anything. I didn't want to take that step initially. We probably cannot add something to our agenda where we are going to take an official position, right? I'm well aware of that. Is there an annotation that might go along with this, or would we want to discuss between ourselves if we'd like this to come back before council for an official position? I guess what I'm trying to understand and what is going to be the best way for our statements to be recorded so that they are on record, which I know they are, but in a more formal manner.
Well, certainly, so I'm terribly sorry, Madam Mayor. Certainly, someone could make the motion to approve the MOU, but note that that does not constitute endorsement of the measure, and you could, any of you, direct staff to bring back for your consideration an item to discuss the council's position on the measure.
Great. Thank you.
And I believe if anyone would like that, just talk to Jen directly about your wishes to have that come back. Correct, Andy?
Certainly, or you could make it part of the motion if that's something that you would prefer to do, so that it's sort of a very public direction to staff to bring it back.
Okay, wonderful. Councilmember Pallavi, does that clarify your questions?
That does, yeah, and I would sort of leave that in your guys' court. I would welcome the opportunity for us to take an official stance, especially understanding fellow opinions. I think that was part of what none of us sort of knew, so we're here. If you guys want to do that, great. If not, I would be happy to make a motion with the addition of our, stated opinions as part of that.
You'll need to take public comment.
I think we did.
I already opened and closed public comment on this one.
So kind of up to you guys how you want to proceed, but I agree.
I would support your motion to adding in a component to have it come back for an official position related to the tax measure itself. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I'm hoping we're on the right track. So I'll make a motion, to authorize the town manager to execute the draft MOU in Nevada County regarding allocation of funds generated by the county's Measure V. And I, in addition, would like to provide direction to staff to come back yet again at the next council meeting with an opportunity to take a formal position, yay, nay, or undecided at the next council meeting.
And I would like to second that.
Could we possibly bring it back at the meeting after that? I believe the next meeting is all general plan and might be pretty long.
Yeah, the only problem with that is then we're into October and we're sort of like bumping up against ballot drop and stuff.
We can certainly bring it back at the next meeting if that's your preference.
Thank you, Andy. Knew we could find a way. It'll be quick.
So I will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can we have discussion after the second? Sorry.
What are you asking for?
I support it coming back to council, but I do feel like we've heard a lot from the community about the importance of the general plan. I'm not aware of when ballots drop. Do we know that date or when ballots are mailed? And if we took it up on October 10th or 11th, I could still see that potentially being enough time. And
I believe, and someone should correct me if I am wrong, that ballots should be in the mail and be coming to people 30 days out from the election.
So that'd be October 6th.
Okay.
Ish.
Okay.
And I think what we're asking is that it come back to council for an official position.
Precisely. And I mean, I'm almost okay with it coming back on consent. I mean, as long as we're here doing this, we can have it come back on consent and move it along faster. And if it gets pulled from consent again, that's fine. But maybe that achieves your goal.
I do value public discussion on it, so we could put it on consent, and then, yeah, if it's determined to pull it from anyone, then we could do that. Okay. We can go back to seconding and then taking the vote.
Councilmember Pallavi, do you want to make your motion once more, just to make sure everyone is on the same page?
Sure. Judy, you good? You want to repeat it? You good? You want me to?
I have you approving the staff recommendation and directing staff to return to council at the next regular meeting with an item to take a stand on supporting or not supporting the ballot measure.
On consent.
Okay, I'm still going to second it.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Councilmember Zabriskie is opposed. Okay. So that still passes. Okay, thank you for indulging me in some additional conversation related to that this evening. I really appreciate that. Let's move on to our discussion items this evening. Our first one is 7.1, updated housing program guidelines for the Truckee Home Access Program, which has previously been called the Below Market Rate Program. And Hillary is going to kick us off with a staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm happy to talk through some proposed changes to this new housing program as we are getting ready in the final stages before we launch it, probably within the next few weeks. Joined with us tonight are our consultants, Robin Van Ecklenburg and Teresa Martinez Gonzalez from Housing Inc., who the town hired as our third-party program administrators for this program. And Robin and Teresa were planning to be here in person tonight, but unfortunately were unable to make it due to the new fire that started along 80. But I'm pleased that they're still able to join us tonight on Zoom, so they'll be available to answer any council questions you may have, and just wanted to introduce them to council as well. Before we jump into the program changes, just wanted to provide a brief summary of what this program is. It's been a few months since we've brought this program to council. The Truckee Home Access Program, or formerly known as the Below Market Rate Program, is a new program through which the town will purchase deed restrictions on existing or newly developed housing units. The deed restriction places long-term conditions on the use of the property, in this case requiring full-time occupancy and local employment, and prohibiting short-term rentals, and placing an income cap on the buyer or future tenants of the property. So with that, it's intended both as a housing preservation program, protecting deed-restricted homes as workforce housing long-term, and it's also intended as a housing affordability program because the deed restriction payment that the town makes can be used by the purchaser towards a down payment. And once that deed restriction is in place, a deed restriction will eventually result in creating a secondary housing markets with units that are more affordable to the workforce and only accessible to qualified workforce buyers. There are 4 participant categories who are eligible to participate in this program. Those are individual buyers. An eligible buyer can pre-qualify for the program and then shop for an available home. And once they find a home that qualifies, could receive a payment for a deed restriction through the escrow process, which they can use towards that down payment or use for other purposes such as home repairs. Sellers can also participate in that program, so they can deed restrict a home as they are then going to sell it. And then it's also available for local businesses who wish to purchase and deed restrict housing to rent to qualified local residents, as well as to developers as a tool to support the deed restriction of newly developed units. Based on prior council direction, this program has 3 goals, and the first is to increase the percentage of the total housing stock that is deed restricted for workforce housing. The goal is to increase it to 10% over the next 10 years. Right now, we're at about 5.8% of our housing stock deed restricted. The second goal is to expand Truckee's deed restriction program to include higher income levels up to 245% of area median income. And this is intended to preserve housing stock at a range of income levels. Right now, the majority of our deed restricted housing is within the orange range or the lower income range of our housing bridge. And finally, the third goal is to expand the deed restriction program to include more for sale homes. The majority of currently deed restricted homes are for rent. Finally, by way of background, I wanted to provide an update on where we are in this process. Over the course of last fall and winter, we developed the program framework and guidelines, and council approved the initial program guidelines last March and directed staff to hire a program administrator. This spring, we hired Housing Inc. to join our team and have been working closely with them throughout the summer to develop the detailed process, documents, and marketing to prepare for program launch. And we're thrilled that we're very close to launching the program. But in the course of developing those program details, and with the benefit of insight from Robin and Teresa and their experience with similar programs across the state, we've developed a suite of cleanup revisions to the proposed program guidelines before we launch the program. So our purpose tonight is to review those proposed changes. So I'll go over the series of changes here. First, there were a few that council directed when we brought this program to you in March. And just wanted to acknowledge that these council-directed changes have been included in the update. Those are quickly adding a local workforce requirement, meaning that in order to qualify as both a buyer or a tenant in a deed-restricted household, at least one household member must work at least 30 hours per week within the Truckee Unified School District boundary, or could have a job offer for a position in the area and be moving to the area for that position. Second, the original draft allowed for a 2-year leave of absence during which the owner could rent their home. For example, if they got called away temporarily on a different job or needed to go to take care of a loved one. Based on council feedback, we removed that 2-year limitation and allowed for renting without a limitation of time. And finally, we removed the first-time homebuyer requirement and allowed that program participants were allowed to currently own a home, but the home equity is included in the asset calculation. And here's an overview of the staff recommended program changes, and I'll go through each of these briefly. First, to more accurately describe the program's goal and function, we've proposed changing the program name from the Below Market Rate Program to the Truckee Home Access Program. Next, we're recommending adding a maximum initial sale price for both buyers and sellers. While the program guidelines already include an area median income cap, adding a maximum sale price helps to ensure that homes purchased through the program will be feasible for resale within the program to eligible buyers, and also helps to more clearly communicate the program to potential sellers. Next, we recommended several changes to the seller application process, including adding, that's the buyer application process, including adding a mortgage pre-qualification requirement, adjusting the time limit once you pre-qualify for the program to allow for 9 months rather than 12 months to search for a home, with the extension potential of up to 90 days. We recommended changing to remove the lottery-based application process, and doing so allows a little bit more flexibility so that interested households can apply when they're ready versus having a hard deadline by which they need to apply in order to pre-qualify. And we've also added a loan committee to the process to ensure that both staff and the program administrators have a chance to review applications to ensure eligibility. Next, we've updated the program guidelines with more details on the anticipated process that local businesses and developers would go through when applying for the program. The way the program is structured, proposals from local businesses or builders and property developers must be approved by town council on a case-by-case basis, and this is because staff anticipate that there may be a lot of variability in the types of projects and scenarios that could be proposed. So it's a bit less straightforward than the individual buyer of a single-family home. We've proposed more specificity on renter requirements, including capping the maximum rent that can be charged and requiring a 12-month lease, with then having the opportunity to extend to a month-to-month after the initial 12 months, which is a standard rental practice. And finally, the resale fee was changed from 1% in the original guidelines, or 1% of the sale price, that is, to a fixed fee, which will be considered later tonight as part of Agenda Item 7.6. We believe that this new fee better reflects the administrative cost of processing a resale, and in most cases will actually be lower than a 1% fee. Following council approval of final guidelines, over the next month, we will begin program outreach and will be marketing a first series of program workshops for interested participants. The application process will then open following the initial program workshop. We anticipate that application process will open at some point in October. So with staff's recommendation is to review and approve the recommended changes to the Truckee Home Access Program, including a name change and updated program guidelines. And Teresa, Robin, and I are all available to address any council questions on the program.
Great. Hillary, thank you so much. I also want to acknowledge that you received a tremendous number of questions from council in advance of tonight. So thank you also for responding to all of those. That detail was really helpful. With that, let's move to council questions. Vice Mayor Romack, I'll start with you if you would.
Sure. Thank you so much, Hillary. First question, is the acronym THAP, THAP, or have we figured that out yet? Just curious.
It's been referred to internally as THAP.
THAP, okay.
Or Home Access Program.
THAP. I was calling it THAP in my head, so. So I did just, seriously, I did have a question. And I asked this question in advance, but I think it's important for people to be aware of the maximum sales price. And as you stated, and in the staff report, it says initial sales, maximum sales price. But then in the program guidelines, it doesn't explicitly say initial sales price. Is there a reason that wasn't included? And I will explain, just because it sounds like this would only apply to the first time the house was purchased. If somebody purchases a house and then wants to resell it in the program, they wouldn't have these same sales price limits. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that is something that we could clarify within the program guidelines, perhaps change that term to initial sales price. There is no appreciation cap, which means that there is no hard cap on the amount you could resell a home for once it has been deed restricted. However, because there are area median income caps and an asset limit for a qualified buyer, there's effectively a cap in place because you couldn't turn around and try to sell your home for $2 million because nobody would be able to qualify to purchase that home.
Understood. Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. And then how often is staff planning to look at the maximum sales price as well? Because as we've seen, markets can be very volatile. So if we set it at $937,500 today, how frequently would staff be looking at that as part of the program?
We would look back at that at least annually. Right now, the way that AMI calculations work, those come out from HCD each April or early May. So at that point, we would then look back at both the AMI requirements in the program and update those as necessary, as well as look at the maximum home sales price. Of course, that said, if there is a significant change in the housing market, housing doubles in price or drops significantly, we could always bring that back to council more frequently.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi, any questions?
Yeah, a couple quick ones. Both relating to budget elasticity as it pertains to this agenda item. So I know there was a whole bunch of talk up on the dais where we were talking about, okay, if we're only allocating what, 1.25 million, what are we allocating? 1.25 in the first year? Something like that. I think it's something
that sounds
like
about
that.
right.
It sounds about right. I agree. And buyer-seller situations are basically like, yes, right? Like somebody submits an application that we're not going back to that price range sort of vetting, filtering process that I think we had a couple of conversations about as we've reviewed this project. It's just buyer sellers in, it's awarded, great, move on.
Yes, so just to clarify, a interested buyer would pre-qualify for the program, and then they would go out and shop for a home. Once they've pre-qualified, that does not reserve funds for them. So all of the pre-qualified buyers will be out shopping for homes. As you find a home, you would then come to the program and say, I found one, and that's at the point where we reserve funding.
And at this point, we don't care whether it falls in the 245, 200, 180, or we don't care what price range it falls within. Our contribution or our purchase of said deed restriction will simply be based on qualification and close of escrow.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess, is it staff's opinion that, back to my question of budget elasticity, are we going to be opportunistic in this program as it develops in terms of keeping our eyes wide open to both a business developer applications who will most likely fall outside of this, but also, buyer seller. I guess what's staff's impression of how you're going to handle the budget on this should we start getting close to our forecasted budget amounts?
We certainly will come back to council if we feel like we've reached or getting close to that limit and need to consider whether additional funding is feasible during the fiscal year.
To do that. You'll feel very welcome to bring those issues back to us. And I think specifically, I don't necessarily know how quickly this is going to launch. I really see this maybe being a year 2 or year 3 problem, hopefully. But I think once we start layering on top the business developer component and interest, and it's going to take probably a year or so for that group to figure it out, I just want to make sure that staff is clear that this is sort of like, hey, let's try it. Let's make sure that we're seeing, and this is at least opinion slightly, but I do want to make sure staff's on board for, not turning people away should we have some extraordinary interest coming down the pike.
Yes, I guess I'll answer it briefly. Yes. However, within the budget, I was just trying to pull it up here. We did within the CIP allocate different or subcategories for the buyer seller category and then the businesses and developer, and that was based off previous council feedback. We didn't want it all going to one category.
I would just add too that because the planner's often contacted first by developers and businesses, they can have that early feedback, so we would know before something's kind of coming to work with Hillary and her team on whether we need to do some budget adjustments.
Yeah, that'd be great. I do have a question for maybe our consultants on the line, and that question is really, from their experience, what do they see in terms of how does this affect the market? And, these properties, at least from a buyer perspective, are still going to be on the open market, right? So I'm not worried about necessarily inflation in home prices because there's going to be some home buyer assistance as part of it. I guess what I'm wondering is, does this change the dynamic, and does it pull at any heartstrings? What are some of the anecdotal evidence, or what might be some of the stuff that these guys have seen in the real world when it comes to implementing programs like this, and how it affects either buyer or seller philosophies, or do they see significant psychological change sometimes with certain buyers and sellers? Is there anything that they might be able to speak to on that point?
Robin or Teresa, do you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, sure. Good evening. Thank you for having us, and we're sorry we can't be there in person. I think overall this is going to be an incredibly well-received program. I think the need is great out there, particularly now, right, with not only inflation, but the rise of the interest rates in the last 12 months have more than doubled. So I think the need is greater than it's ever been. We expect a big influx. We are hopeful that there, is some inventory in that, under 937 price range that will really help to layer that financing and create that affordability. And ultimately, the people that we're serving want to live here, and they want to serve in the community, want to live in the community where they serve. So ultimately, I think there's going to be, positive feedback for the program, and I think that the need is real.
I'll take that. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Appreciate that.
Okay. Council members Zabriskie, any questions on this agenda item?
It's just a clarification following up on my written question in the table that summarizes things. It talks about a buyer/tenant under the business program needs to, what is the language? Remember that question, Hillary? Buyer tenants, come on. Sorry.
I believe the question pertained to qualifications for local
buyer-
employment for both the buyer and the tenant under
Yes,
the
and I was-
business program.
And I understand that program, though, is where a business owner buys the property and leases it
That's correct.
to an employee. So why are we talking about a buyer needing to meet the local employment criteria?
In that case, it would be a tenant would need to meet the local employment criteria.
So in that regard, it's confusing to someone like me. I'm wondering why we don't just say occupant or takeout buyer.
I think that's an update we could make for clarification.
My suggestion is to strike buyer and or tenants and just put in occupants. We'll see what my other council members think.
I think that staff would be fine with that change.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you for the report.
I'll give the credit to Lynn Baumgardner, who has been the lead on this.
Thank you,
Just
Lynn.
covering for her while she's on leave.
For the most part, I found it very clear. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we will open up public comment on this item, so 7.1. If anyone would like to make a comment on this, you can step up to the podium now. Okay. Okay.
JD Haas, 101.5 Truckee Tower Radio. Thank you, Danielle, for getting back to me and sending me stuff on the general plan. Appreciate it. Hillary, could you elaborate on AMI, please, on this? Because the way I'm looking at it, it's showing that somebody meets this criteria if they make $168,000 a year. Maximum. I get that. That's the maximum. But someone can come in here if they're making that money and they can apply if they're making that. I don't understand how that will work for our community to help us. So I just need a little bit of elaboration on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. I'll just comment on that briefly if I could, Hillary, and then if you want to add additional color to it. I think the intention of council and given prior council direction was really to have a broad AMI spectrum that could qualify for this program. The more restrictions that you tend to add to these types of programs, the harder it is for people to get into the programs. And again, that truly is sort of the maximum level at which people would qualify. Hillary, do you want to add any to that?
No, I believe that that's accurate. The intent was really to have this be a broad program and with the long-term goal of increasing the percentage of our housing stock that is deed restricted to local workforce. This is also really a reflection of the current housing market that we have. And in order to make, to create an alignment between the houses that we do have available on the market and affordability, our advisory committee, which included a broad spectrum of professionals, lenders, realtors, et cetera, felt that it was important to have a higher AMI level just to ensure that we could help buyers qualify to get into the program. That said, that is the maximum, that not every buyer will be at 245% AMI.
Thank you, Hillary. And I know we don't typically sort of respond to public comments before we let others comment. So with that, is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment on this agenda item tonight? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment on this and open it up for council deliberation. Vice Mayor Roback, I will turn back to you to kick us off, please.
Thank you. Thanks to staff for working very hard on this and making some changes after our last conversation. This is a program that I am frequently asked about. I hear from coworkers, I hear from neighbors, when are you guys going to get that program going? And so I'll be hopefully happy to share with them that the program is going soon. You know, as Mayor stated, this is one of those programs, as our former housing coordinator, Shauna Doherty, would say, is going to be one of the tools in the toolbox. And so this allows us to reach a certain market that maybe we're not hitting with some of our affordable housing projects. And, you know, I'll speak to I have a coworker and her husband who both have very good jobs, and they moved to Verdi because they couldn't afford a house here. I have two neighbors who were longtime locals, recently got married. They just bought a house in Reno because they couldn't buy a house here. So I think to the question of kind of who we're trying to serve is, some community members who would like to make this their home and establish their roots here and have good paying jobs, but because of the high cost of housing and maybe, they just got into these good paying jobs in the last year, so they haven't had 10 years to be saving for a down payment, this will help them afford to stay in our community. I've heard stories that the hospital is having challenges finding doctors and nurses. So again, maybe this would be able to entice some folks to come and live in our community. I do appreciate the clarification on the maximum sales price. I think that makes sense. For initial buyer, there would be a limit. You couldn't go above $937,500, which seems like a lot, but I was just doing a quick Zillow search. I think some of the houses we're going to see these programs there's a house in Glenshire for $545,000. A person in this program would be eligible for $87,000. So that could go a long way to maybe a young family that doesn't have that down payment saved up. They would be able to put this towards the down payment and again, stay in our community. I do think it's important, as I mentioned, to note in the program guidelines that that's the initial maximum sales price, just because the more barriers we put on the program, the less people might be interested. And so I just don't want people to be confused that there would be a limit when they resell their property. As you stated, Hillary, there will be a limit of what they can sell it for based on what the AMI caps are at that time. But still, I think it just mindset makes more sense if you know that you're able to sell it for what you could to another local workforce member. So with that, I would confirm my support for this program. I'm really excited to get it going, and I can reach out to all the constituents I've heard from about it and tell them to get ready to apply. And again, really appreciate staff moving this forward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romack. Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, I'm going to echo just about everything Vice Mayor Romack already said with a couple of additions. I do fully support this. I think it's the right direction. I also think these maximums are the way to go as well. And to, some of the concern, you've really heard us talk about maximums, but I think your example of that $500,000-$600,000 home, which are so few and far between these days, that's really where this program can also go, right? So this is basically replacing a home buyer assistance program for anybody who is familiar with that, and taking it a step further with a deed restriction that will overlay it, which is going to keep it in the house. So instead of being a one-time financial assistance tool that you have no guarantee of at what happens after that, this is going to be a 55-year homebuyer assistance program, because the next person still has to qualify and the next person still has to qualify. So it's more of the property staying within that local inventory than after somebody uses, for example, $100,000 of a first-time homebuyer assistance program, and then it's gone, and sort of we lose that capital over time. So this is simply a better, more efficient way to assist our local community in doing that. I would also say, really, just to put other folks at ease, a lot of these maximum numbers are a reflection of our current market. That's all it is, plain and simple. We were just, we could have limited this to 100% of AMI, and guess what? Nobody would have qualified and nobody would have used it, and we wouldn't have made a bit of difference. And so that's really where this is going. And to illustrate that, the current national conforming loan amount in Nevada County is $647,000. For any of us who've bought houses in the last 5 years, that's a pretty astounding amount. I just purchased a property a couple of years ago and it was down at $450,000. So just the maximum loan amount has gone up by $200,000 because everything else has just been inflated. So I don't want people to think that we're sort of helping, folks that don't need it, because really, I think the median home price in Truckee, we got realtors here, like it's got to be $900,000 right now. So that's sort of the unfortunate reality that we're in. And until that market changes, these are the amounts that we sort of have to proceed with. So I do support where we're at with this. I really look forward to seeing all 4 of these categories hopefully utilized in the next couple of years. I think that's really what's going to govern our success in figuring out how this program's going. And my incredible encouragement just to make sure that we don't limit the program and we make sure to go in with this with our eyes open and our ears open and try to be as flexible as we can as we move this forward. See if it works. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yeah, what I see before us this evening is the codification, the language that reflects the direction we gave to staff before. This council met before, and we spent a lot of time over what the AMI cap should be. And we covered a range of numbers. I was at a low end. There were people, either commenters or council members, who were thinking we shouldn't have an AMI cap at all. So the 245% is reflects a compromise by this council. And there are other numbers in here that reflect a compromise, because even with that AMI, there's also a cap on the price of the house itself. And when we put that price out there, we did it based on a household of 3, not a household of 4, 5, or 6, which could have raised what would be an acceptable sales price. So there's a lot of compromises embedded in here, and I'm ready to move on, get this program moving and see how it works. And I'm thinking of the Hopkins Village right now, which is offering homes for $575,000, but there's 180% AMI cap, and a lot of those units are going unsold. So there's something going on in the market that we don't fully understand in terms of home ownership. And I think this program here gives us enough flexibility to find out what further modifications we might need to work. I'm hoping we find low-priced homes, because that would allow us to spread the funding out over more homes. But as Council Member Pallavi indicates, there might not be that many low-priced homes. So that's another reason we've landed at this $967,000 amount. So.
Thank you.
I'm just talking. I'm not disagreeing.
I appreciate you bringing up the compromise, because I know we have had some very, what I'll call robust conversations about this program and our other housing solutions previously. I will briefly weigh in to say that I'm fully supportive of this program, and something that I really want to reiterate is that we've embraced a mindset of continuous improvement up on this dais. We're trying a lot of different housing solutions right now because we need a lot and because we have a diversity of housing needs. We're evaluating those housing solutions in very robust and rigorous ways, because the reality is that having data is critical to making decisions about how we are investing in our housing solutions. And I think we all embrace making changes to ensure the programs are working. We have other housing programs where we've already come up with new sort of components of them or tweaked them to ensure they're working for our community. I also just wanted to say, I actually presented on this program at the League of California Cities annual conference last week, which is a conference attended by thousands of elected officials and staff from throughout California. Everyone was incredibly interested and excited by the innovation in this program. I promise to come back with results in a couple years, Hillary, so I'll look forward to being able to do that. So with that, I think we are at a place where a motion, we are at the place for a motion.
I will be happy to do that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romack.
I make a motion that we approve the recommended changes to the Truckee Home Access Program, THAP, previously known as the Below Market Rate Program, including the name change and updated program guidelines.
And just for the record, that's putting in initial and then occupants in place of buyer/tenants.
With the changes discussed this evening.
Yeah, those two. Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 7.1 passes unanimously. We will move to 7.2, which is a planning application for 10144 High Street. And as always, we will start with our staff presentation.
Thanks, Mayor. And while Chantal's coming to the podium, the reason, or to the table, the reason this is in front of you tonight is there's a right-of-way abandonment involved with it. Typically, a project of this size would not require council action. However, only the council is authorized to proceed with a right-of-way abandonment.
Thank you, Dan.
Stealing my thunder, Dan.
Sorry.
It's good prep. Good evening, council members. Tonight I'm here with the Keene Africa Garage Edition. This is application 2020-112. This is a historic design review, zoning clearance, right-of-way abandonment and dedication, and a lot line adjustment. So tonight, council's role is to be the ultimate review authority. Our development code directs staff to process all applications for a project concurrently, and that the highest review authority is the authority that will approve, review, or deny the project. And that is you guys tonight, as Dan mentioned. So we have historic design review, which our Historic Preservation Advisory Committee reviews and then provides a recommendation to the review authority. A zoning clearance, which is usually a staff level review. However, tonight it will be town council, a right-of-way exchange for town council, and a lot line adjustment, which is also staff level review. So tonight you'll be making a recommendation or a motion for all 4 of these land use applications. So we'll start with the project's location. The project is located in our historic downtown. It's the McGlashan's Addition subdivision, as you mentioned, 10144 High Street. The general plan designation is our downtown plan area, and that is our downtown specific plan. And the zoning is DRM 14, which is downtown medium residential, 14 units an acre. So the applicant is proposing to construct a 506 square foot garage, detached, a 48 square foot bathroom addition, a covered walkway that would connect the 2 with a back patio, 2 kitchen window changeouts, and the expansion of some wood louvered vents. Because this is a historic property, all exterior modifications need to be reviewed by HPAC and by staff. And so the land use entitlements that we'll be looking at tonight is a zoning clearance with a certificate of appropriateness. This is for historic properties that have less than 5,000 square feet of floor area. And the certificate of appropriateness, which we'll talk about in a little bit, connects with the zoning clearance. It basically is a part of that. Right-of-way abandonment and dedication, that's for the equal exchange of town-owned property on High Street and Kaiser Street. And then a lot line adjustment to adjust the final property lines of the High Street parcel to conform to that new land exchange. So the existing residence was evaluated twice for the town's historic resource inventory, both in 1998 and 2003. It is classified as a Category A, or Essential Historic Resource. Category A resources are the town's best examples of Truckee history. They are individually eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places, and this inventory says that it, quote, retains integrity of location, design materials, and workmanship. The historic inventory also speaks to some key historic features of the home. This includes its folk Victorian architecture, its front gable crosswing T-plan with overhung eaves and dental blocks. There's turned spindlework balustrade and stair rails, a historic fenestration pattern. And there are also some restoration opportunities that are denoted in the inventory, and that is replacing some of the multi-light windows. As you say, it says probably one over one double hung wood sash. That is what they think is the most historic window type for this home, and to replace some of the porch support posts. They were 2x4s, and the applicant has already completed that restoration back in 2005. And this picture is from the original inventory, so this isn't present day. So So the applicant and the town entered into a Mills Act contract in 2004. This is where the applicant pays a reduced property tax amount to the town in exchange for preserving, maintaining, and restoring the historic resource. In 2005, the applicant came in to add a perimeter foundation, rebuild some porches, change out some windows. This is when the porch restoration opportunity was taken advantage of. 2015, we did a fence replacement. 2019, they did what we call a pre-app, a preliminary application review, to come and get some information on adding a detached garage and potentially an ADU. And then in 2020, the initial submittal for this project included a detached garage, a studio unit, and a bathroom addition. Because the change from an ADU to a studio unit happened, that changed the site from single family to multifamily and brought up some additional development standards, parking. There was a water main that needed to be upgraded to do water. There was a lot of other kind of restrictions or standards that needed to be met. In the end, the project was revised in 2021. So this is the current project. It's a 506 square foot detached garage. It's 15 feet in height, and it's designed with a simple gable roof and vertical wood siding to the gable ends. It mimics the gable roof on the historic residence. You can see here there's a shed roof that has a covered walkway with steps going down. The covered walkway connects to the residence, and that's where the patio is located. The materials and colors that are proposed for the garage match those found in the historic residence. And this includes standing seam metal roofing in ash gray, a gray-blue siding for window trim, and Douglas fir V-groove wood siding in Chatsworth cream. The garage doors are red cedar, and they will be custom made as represented in the elevations. So as we mentioned, we are doing a right-of-way exchange tonight, and get my little laser pointer out here. Let's see if this works. So currently the property lines are this dashed red line down to this dashed blue line. In order to build the detached garage, the applicant is asked to dedicate this portion here, the blue area, to the town for right-of-way, and take this red area that is now currently town right-of-way and add it to the private property in order, as I said, to build this garage in the rear of the residence. Our development code allows single-family garages to be built up to 1 foot from the property line, so that's why you see that right there. And also, I didn't mention this at the beginning, but the property is what we consider a through lot. It has access on both Kaiser and High Street, and so through lots have 2 front setbacks. They don't have a rear setback. And so this yellow line represents what the setbacks will look like once the exchange has occurred. And I only mention that one of the conditions of approval is a change in fencing in the front setback, which I've shown here. It's about where this line hits. The fencing will have to come down to 3 feet in the front setback, and then the rest of the fence can be up to 6 feet maximum. The rest of the project is a proposed bathroom addition. That's going to occur over this rear porch. There's basically going to close in the rear porch. It's 48 square feet. There's also 2 windows being changed out on the kitchen in the east elevation and an increase in this wood louvered vent. And during project review, staff realized that there was numerous unpermitted exterior modifications, as well as an unpermitted conversion of storage space to living area. Bedroom was converted out of storage space. These changes occurred at some point after 2005. And what staff was hoping to do is to roll in these after-the-fact changes.
That's not correct. Those changes were not made after 2005.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to wait for public comment. We're going to get through the staff presentation first. Thank you.
But that is incorrect.
You can make a public comment when we get to public comment.
So I guess I can say the plans in 2005 to the plans today show these changes. I'm not aware when they happened, but they're not on the stamp plans from 2005. So staff was hoping to bring the property into conformance with our development code and building code standards by wrapping this into the proposed project. That way HPAC can review the after-the-fact modifications and we can get approval or conditions or what have you, so the project will be brought up to standards. The modifications are, looks like compared to the 2005 stamp plans, there are existing windows that were changed. There were new window openings added to the west and the north elevation for the new bedroom. The dental blocks were removed. There's some lattice, stovepipe, and some removal of doors, and then the unconditioned storage space. The additional bedroom can be handled with an after-the-fact building permit, and everything else will be looked at right now. So now that we know what the project involves, the proposed projects plus the after-the-fact modifications, we will head back to those entitlements. We have the zoning clearance, certificate of appropriateness, right-of-way abandonment, and lot line adjustment. For the zoning clearance, the findings that we need to make are mainly based on if the development is an allowed use, which it is, and whether the development is consistent with the town's regulatory documents, so the municipal code, the development code, the general plan, et cetera. So there are many general plan goals and policies that are relevant to this project, and in an attempt at brevity, I will just kind of highlight some of the main ones. And we're looking here now, the downtown specific plan is where our historic design guidelines live. Chapter 5 is avoid removing architectural features and reconstruct missing features is encouraged. For windows, the design guidelines speaks to maintaining the historic ratio of window openings and that new windows could be considered on secondary facades. Additions should be visually subordinate to the main building, especially for for buildings rated essential. Detached garages are preferred in our historic design guidelines, and in order to minimize the impact of foundations, so foundations are often added to these older buildings, the guidelines ask us to conceal or decrease the visible portions. So staff has some conditions of approval that we're proposing that we believe would help meet the general plan consistency items. That has to do with the lattice, and we'll talk about this in the certificate of appropriateness, but adding the lattice back to conceal the perimeter and to also maybe reconstruct those dental blocks. We'll move on to development code consistency. So these are our development standards in the DRM zone district. The project mostly meets all of the development standards with the exception of the fencing, but condition of approval 19 speaks to reducing the fencing and the setback. So those standards have been met. And then also in our development code, we have our historic design review chapter. This is the chapter that directs the HPAC to review all exterior modifications to buildings and also to properties, and to forward a recommendation to the review authority. The council can approve a certificate of appropriateness with or without conditions if all of the findings can be made. So the HPAC reviewed the proposed project and the after-the-fact modifications at both the April 27th and June 22nd meeting. The committee recommended approval of the project with all of the after-the-fact modifications, and there was also some discussion with the right-of-way in front of High Street. Traditionally, that would be made into gravel for town purposes. The town also can have, it could also be seeded with hydroseed or a small berm that wouldn't stop snow removal operations. The committee wanted to see either hydroseeding or berm and hydroseeding. They did not want gravel. So that was their recommendation. And now we move into the certificate of appropriateness findings. I will spare us from me reading them all unless you would like me to, but they are all in the staff report. Staff does support making the findings for the proposed projects without the after-the-fact modifications. Staff believes the detached garage and bathroom addition are thoughtfully designed. They meet the design guidelines. They're modest and are subordinate to the main facade of the building. It is shown in the elevations that it wouldn't be visible. The bathroom addition is obviously, very small. It uses materials that reflect the building, the vertical wood siding, the gable roof, and really is representative of the historic resource that it's attached to. For the after-the-fact modifications, staff just wanted to take a deeper dive into the design guidelines to ensure we could make these findings. As you can see here, so these are, in this chart, are the basis of most of the after-the-fact modifications, where they are treated in the design guidelines and whether or not they were mentioned in the historic resource inventory. So really there's 4 sections. There are the window changeouts. All of the windows are different in the, from 2005, from the stamp plans to the as-built that staff was given. The agent did a window and door schedule that HPAC reviewed, and HPAC found that all of the window changeouts were acceptable. So staff concurs with that if, HPAC believes that these are historically appropriate windows and doors. The addition of window openings is a little tougher for staff, but these 2 new window openings were created in regular walls. So does that maintain the historic division of windows to a solid wall? Perhaps not. However, they are on secondary facades and aren't visible from the primary facade. So staff finds that it's less likely that they'll adversely affect the historic resource. And then the dental blocks were called out in that resource inventory and they are no longer there. Staff is recommending that per the guidelines that ask us to replace or encourages us to replace historic features, that those be replaced as a condition of approval. And then the lattice is no longer in the front of the house. And staff believes that was approved as 2005 for part of the foundation. So staff is just putting a condition of approval that the lattice or something similar be replaced on the home. And with those conditions of approval, staff does believe that it meets our certificate of appropriateness findings and our development code consistency. So we'll move on to the right-of-way exchange. This is also called a minor street vacation because we're vacating a portion of the street. The applicant has requested to exchange the land with the town to build the garage with access off Kaiser. The land exchange will also provide a uniform 60-foot town right-of-way on both Kaiser and High Street. And as I mentioned, this is an equal land exchange between the public right-of-way and private property. Pursuant to Development Code Section 18.88.030.a, requests for a vacation of the street may be approved by the council if one of the findings can be made. Staff believes that finding number 3 is the most appropriate, and that is the excess right-of-way, so the right-of-way that's on Kaiser, is not required for street purposes, it's not going to affect utilities, and it's not necessary for present or prospective public use. And if the land exchange is approved, then we would move on to our lot line adjustment. And you will see here, this is the Kaiser Street abandonment, the acquisition, and then in the end, this will be the property line reflected for the property. So staff has received 2 comments regarding the loss of private parking on the applicant's property. In order to build the garage, the applicant asked the town to exchange land, and that results in the parking area becoming town property and part of the town right-of-way. Parking on town property must be public parking and comply with specific standards for striping, signage, constructed parking section details, long-term maintenance, etc. So there is a pathway, and engineering staff is currently working with the neighbor who has concerns about parking to work through the building permit process to see if we can make this a public parking area, and that will be, through, like as I said, through the building permit process and at the discretion of the town engineer. So staff's recommendation, that is to adopt Resolution 2022-53, determining the project to be exempt from CEQA per 15301, existing facilities, and Section 15303, small structures of the CEQA guidelines, and approve zoning clearance, certificate of appropriateness, right-of-way abandonment, and lot line adjustment based on the recommended findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval. Of course, the council can always take some alternative actions. The council can continue this public hearing to date and time certain. The commission the council may request additional information from the applicant or staff, and if there's new information, we'll have to go ahead and open up the public hearing portion. Council can find that the exemptions for CEQA aren't suitable and require the preparation of initial study. The council can approve all of the entitlements subject to adding, modifying, or eliminating any provision or condition of approval, or the council can deny the project on the basis that the required findings cannot be made. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Chantel, thank you so much. That was wonderfully thorough. Though I will say I did have to look up what a dental block is. Closely spaced rectangular blocks that form a molding. I did not know that. So with that, we will move to council questions and then we'll open up public comment. Councilmember Zabriskie, would you like to start us off?
No questions.
Okay. Councilmember Pallavi, any questions?
Yeah, just a quick one. Is this a different type of hearing where we don't give the project proponent like a 5-minute opportunity to present or speak, or just opportunity? I know we do that at the Planning Commission, but we're
Sure.
not the planning commission.
So the agent, Dennis Zerbel, was not going to be available tonight, and he was sending, just for questions, he wasn't planning on a presentation. He was sending somebody from his office, but they live in Dutch Flat, so they weren't able to make it. But
We have the property owner here, so I didn't.
I was unaware
Yeah, okay.
of the property owner's attendance.
Cool. I do have a real question, or another question. So I just want to understand a little bit, and I should also say I've talked with Mr. Keenan, Ms. Africa a couple of times, and did a site visit. Like I don't know, that was a long time ago, maybe about a year ago or so. Just to be clear, just to be transparent. Does engineering or public works have any anticipated use? So what I'm concerned with is, and I want to be very clear with this, is that this is not like the town is not forcing one or the other. This is a property owner choosing to make an improvement on their land and choosing this trade of right of way as their plan of choice. With that being said, we're clearly changing some of the historic parking dynamic on High Street. I used to live on High Street as well. I understand all the pressures up there. And so does engineering or public works foresee any issues with working on that piece of right-of-way that we are getting to accommodate the both encroachment permit or whatever the neighbor is now going to be pursuing? Can you just speak a little bit to sort of that dynamic, Dan?
Sure. So just for reference, what we're talking about is a piece of land that's currently on private property that, according to the information we've received, Mr. Keene has allowed his neighbor to park on over time. Mr. Keene could confirm that or not. And that with the land exchange that's happening, what's been requested is that 20 feet of frontage be transferred from town ownership to Mr. Keene, which then allows him space to build a garage. And then the 20 feet where the current parking is located would then become the ownership of the town. So that's the dynamic. You all are aware of that. So the neighbor provided comments, said, hey, Mr. Keene's been letting me park on his property. I'd like to keep parking there. Will I be able to do that if that property now becomes ownership of the town? We believe there is a path forward for that. However, it would also require Mr. Keene's support and potentially some limited involvement. And the reason I say that is the piece of property we're talking about is going to be adjacent to Mr. Keene's property. And we typically would not grant a property owner up the street rights to do some kind of an improvement in front of someone else's property without that property owner being in support of it. So I think there is a path forward for that parking to be maintained, but it would need to involve both the town, Mr. Keene, and the property owner who wants to maintain the parking.
And would that is the vision that would be public, or that would be then private because we're going to privately maintain it?
What staff would recommend, and this has more to do with precedent issues, is that if there's going to be parking that's in public right-of-way, that should be open to the general public, that we should not be trying to reserve that for a specific private use. With that said, given the location of it and the proximity of it to
parking
the neighbor, there's very high likelihood that the neighbor would be the one using it most of the time, but we would not suggest that it be restricted to the exclusive use of the neighbor.
Right.
If that makes sense.
So it would remain public.
It would, and that's where the encroachment permit comes in.
Right.
So if the neighbor comes in and says, hey, I want to improve the property next to my neighboring property owner, we'd say, okay, is the neighboring property owner supportive of it? If the answer is yes, and if it can be improved in a way that meets appropriate standards, and is then open to the general public, then that would be the path forward.
Great. And we don't foresee, mostly because I assume you weren't storing snow on 20 feet interior Kaiser Avenue, and now you're going to replace that snow storage. You're not necessarily too concerned with that sort of trade-off. I mean, it's just a challenging corner regardless, and
it is, and,
yeah.
quite frankly, having that
corner
land
yeah.
in the right of way as a spot that
great.
could be used for a pile of snow would be very helpful to our operations.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. So maybe in your public comment, you'd be willing to just make a quick comment if you so choose on this, not right now, when you make a public comment, if you so choose, so that as we're deliberating, we have that information moving forward. Thank you, Dan. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Romack, any questions?
No further questions.
Okay, so with that, we will open it for public comment. And just a reminder, again, you have 3 minutes to make your public comment, and there is a timer at this end of the dais.
Yes, I see that. Okay, I'll take issue with the report first. And I guess my comment is, we got a building permit from the department and an occupancy permit. I would not have tried to build that house without fixing that vacant room. There is absolutely no chance at all that that room is illegal. I'm sorry, it's just not. We got an occupancy permit with that building built as is. I have not worked on it since 2005, so I did not change that room. So it is absolutely unnecessary for us to have a building permit to put windows in that room and have to pay for that. And that 3/4 of that report is about historic stuff. None of that stuff matters. I mean, I had to do as-built drawings because of these changes, which aren't really changes because I did get my occupancy permit and I had real drawings into the town. That was $10,000 to get those as-built drawings, plus what we're paying here, whatever we just paid for this report to be done. So I'm sorry. I mean, this is, it's not my fault that the town lost the drawings. It's not my fault that HPAC doesn't have the drawings. You would not have given me an occupancy permit if the building wasn't done correctly. And I have not modified it since 2005. So I don't know what else to say on that. Oh, and then the parking, man, this is crazy, folks. Yeah, that house has been there since 1880. Okay, and I'm not going to build the garage. You know, I'm not going to build the garage because the estimates came in at $600,000. Okay, and I'm $80,000 into the lot line adjustment. So I am looking at a $750,000 garage in downtown Truckee. So guess what? I'm not building the garage. And, you know, if we'd have been able to get this project going early, I'd have been able to do it because 2 years ago, the bids came in at $650,000 for the unit with an apartment. And I would have moved forward on that. But there were other problems too. I was perfectly willing to do the, I don't forget what you call it, like minor use permit to get that parking. But I wanted to do a short-term rental because I live within 100 yards of downtown. I could have hit downtown with a snowball. And there's no way this building pays for itself as a local rental. I'm sorry, it just didn't. I've lived there since 2000. I bought that house because I wanted to be in the tourist economy and I wanted to do a short-term rental. And you guys, I was perfectly willing to do that parking, but I was told that there was almost 0% probability at that time that the council would approve a short-term rental for me, even though they were still legal at that time. Okay, so now we are looking at losing 6 parking spaces. Bob and Julie, Bob's not going to do that because it's going to be public parking. Bob is not, he's already told me, he is not going to pay to pave that area, maintain it, and have it be public parking. So High Street is about to lose 6 parking spaces when we were going to get 2 because I can't build the garage because it's $600,000 and I'm already $80K into this project, including $10K that was at least wasted. Okay, so I am so sorry, but yeah, it's not going to be built. And so we would like to keep that parking paved. Bob would like to use that parking. The Richardson House uses that parking. I let people park on my backyard. I let people park in my front yard for Truckee Thursdays. I work with the Richardson House on parking, and we're about to lose 6 spots.
Mr. Keene, thank you so much.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we are out of time. Thank you for your public comment. Would anyone else like to make a public comment on this agenda item tonight? If so, you can step up to the podium. Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment on 7.2. And I know we are at our normal spot for a break, so I'm just going to kind of take the pulse of my fellow council members. Would you like to take a 10-minute break now, or are you okay finishing this? Great, perfect. Okay, so let's go back right into deliberation. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I'm hoping to hear what Councilmember Pallavi has to say.
Okay, Councilmember Pallavi.
Mayor Henderson, would you mind if I invited Mr. Keene back up to the podium to ask him a fairly direct question?
That's fair, absolutely.
Mr. Keene, yes. Do you want us to approve this or not?
The right-of-way abandonment?
You don't have a choice. It's all or nothing.
Yes. But, I don't
sound like it.
Well, I don't want to lose 6 parking spaces. I can't build the garage and all of a sudden I can't park in front of my house. I mean, nobody on High Street, you lived there, right? Everybody parks in the right of way. It's a historic district. I have an email from Anna.
Wait, stop.
Okay.
So stop. Okay. I asked you a question.
Yes.
Do you want us to, if we approve what is in front of us, you know what you're getting?
I don't exactly know what I'm getting. Because, let's see, I have a question.
Would you like to delay this hearing to a future?
Can I just ask one question about the building?
You're here in front of us, sir. I mean, I apologize.
Okay.
But this isn't the time to be sort of asking questions. You have a council hearing.
Okay, yes.
We've been working really long and hard to get to this council hearing.
Okay, well, let me say,
staff did not hide anything from you. You had the same access to this staff report that we've had. I only had it since Thursday. You've had it long before Thursday. The question is, do you want us to proceed on this action tonight based on what's in front of us? It's yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi.
Okay.
Would you like to?
I mean,
I'm sure you have some additional comments.
I don't. I mean, I think that I know that they've worked hard to get here. Whether or not it gets built is unfortunately not our problem. This is a project that is in front of us, and the project proponent has proposed something, and I can agree with the conditions of approval. I can make the findings. The only reason why I offered that was you're going to lose your parking if we approve this. So I'm just making abundantly clear what happens if you choose not to construct. This is your last chance, because this right-of-way is going to get exchanged. We are going to adjust the lot lines, and regardless of who lost or wherever those building permits are, one of your conditions of approval, you have a lot of conditions of approval in there. So I hope you read them really, really, really clearly and understand exactly what you're going to need to do if you ever want to do this.
Right, okay.
Okay.
I mean,
that's at the mayor's purview, not mine. I've given you your opportunity.
Councilmember Pallavi, I think if you have a directed question,
I don't.
That you would like answered.
My question is, once again, are you sure you want us to proceed? Yes or no?
Yes. My architect was supposed to be here tonight, though, and he was told he could not participate by Zoom. And I've seen others, there's been other Zoom stuff here, and I relied on the professional to come and help me.
So this is your last chance.
Yes.
Would you like to apply for would you like to let us pause? And would you like another hearing, or do you want us to proceed right now with what's in front of us? That's
we can take a 10-minute break. He can call his architect.
He's not in town. That's why he's not here.
Call him.
I don't know where he is.
Okay, well. So yes, your answer is yes. You would like us to take action tonight on what is in front of us.
Yeah, I can't ask Dennis any questions, so I have no idea what's going on.
Okay.
Sure.
Then I'm supportive. I mean, I don't know what else to do here.
Okay.
I think it's fine. If this is where we've gotten to, then I don't have any other comments. It is what it is.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Vice Mayor Romack.
Yeah, this is a little tricky, but I appreciate Councilmember Pallavi asking that direct question, because if the project applicant says yes, and I appreciate staff with the diligent staff report and finding all the different conditions of approval, and I would be comfortable adopting this resolution. So if the applicant says yes, then I would be comfortable moving forward.
Thank you. I'm going to turn back to Councilmember Zabriskie.
Well, the staff says yes, the applicant says yes. I'm not going to say no.
Okay. Well, similarly, I agree with all of the conditions of approval. I can also make the findings. So I think we are in a place where I would entertain a motion.
I move we adopt Resolution 2022-53 determining the project be exempt from CEQA and approve the zoning clearance certificate of appropriateness, right-of-way abandonment, and lot line adjustment based on the recommended findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 7.2 passes unanimously. We are going to take a 10-minute break. I have 7:07, so we'll come back at, let's say, 7:18. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to resume with agenda item 7.3, our Welcome to Truckee signs. And Becky, I believe you're giving the presentation on this one.
I am. Thank you, Mayor. So yes, welcome to Truckee signs. Item 7.3. This is an item that came to the council, in front of the council in April. So a lot of this is going to look familiar. In fact, a lot of these slides are exactly the same as the ones that you had previously seen. But there's a proposal from the Truckee Rotary Club to install 3 Welcome to Truckee signs. This exhibit just shows kind of what those signs would look like. They were actually originally designed by Peter Gurdon, a local architect. As you can see, it would have a granite, sort of a granite base for the primary support, some heavy timber framing, and one of the proposals is to include a solar-powered lighting to illuminate the sign. It's roughly, the size would be about 10 feet tall to 10 feet wide, and a 3 to 4 foot tall base. And the sign itself would be about 3 to 5 feet. And I just do also want to note that we have some members of the Rotary Club here tonight that are also going to have a chance to talk about this. But I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the proposed project. There are 3 proposed locations. One would be on Truckee Way, southwest of State Route 89. So as you're kind of entering Truckee from 89 along Truckee Way by the access to the Fishman Hollow project, on Highway 89 south, north of I-80, and then on Highway 267, just south of Brockway Road on the west side of the road. So just a little bit more information on those locations. Again, on Truckee Way, as just near the Rue Ivy Road, access to Fishman Hollow. This is looking southwestbound as you enter into Truckee from 89. And a close-up look. The location on 267 would actually be on the west side of 267, up on a landscape berm adjacent to Hope Court. So although it's on the west side of the road, it would be facing northbound, so it would be seen as you kind of enter the Truckee near the Placer Truckee line. And then again, the third is on 89 South, near the old CHP site, near the Donner Crest Commons, or Pacific Crest Commons, sorry, proposed affordable housing project on the backside of the Class 1 trail. So back on April 12th, this item was brought to council for feedback. One of the things that the council stated that they would like to see the representatives of the Truckee Rotary to reach out to some of the stakeholders, and specifically had mentioned the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association and Visit Truckee Tahoe to see if there's support for the idea of these signs. Since that time, the Rotary has received letters of support from the Truckee Donner Historical Society and the Downtown Merchants Association. There was, the signs were presented to the Public Art Commission of Truckee in August, but there wasn't time to agendize that item. And so originally it was planned for them to look more formally and review the signs at the September meeting, but that meeting was canceled. So there was no formal letter of support from the PACT at this point. Some considerations for council. This is in your staff report, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but the proposal is for the signs to be installed at no cost to the town. So the Rotary Club would lead the design and construction and maintenance of the signs. There's also in the staff report a couple policies from the existing general plan that would potentially support this effort. So there's one to install a formal gateway element at or near the Brockway Road Highway 267 intersection. And then there's another policy to design a gateway design treatments or key entryways, such as signage at a number of locations. So Brockway Road 267 intersection is one of those locations. And then Donner Pass Road, where it enters downtown Truckee near Highway 89 North, is another intersection. Donner Pass Road has since been renamed Truckee Way. So there is some support in the existing general plan policies. So really what we're doing tonight is sort of reintroducing this information to the council to provide direction to staff on where to go from here. And I'm going to give the applicant a chance to say a few words, just some of the options for moving forward and some of the direction that council might give staff tonight would be, of course, you could say to deny the proposal and direct us to stop working on it. We could delay the decision if there was a need or desire to have some additional public outreach occur, or, or direct staff to work with the Truckee Rotary to process an application to kind of get through the necessary permits that would be required to install the signs, and that would include a building permit and an encroachment permit. So that is really very quick presentation. We're happy to answer any questions between either myself or Truckee Rotary, but I wanted to give, I think Mitch Claren is here to sort of represent the Rotary Club and wanted to say a few things.
Hi, Mitch Claren from the Truckee Noon Rotary Club. The presentation kind of speaks for itself. We're just trying to welcome everybody to Truckee, right? I mean, so there's not a whole lot to it. I'm probably more here for questions than a presentation. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Becky. You didn't have anything else?
I didn't have anything else.
Okay, wonderful. So we will move right into council questions. Councilmember Pallavi, I'll start with you. I always move around.
Oh, fine. So first of all, I'm just going to give this little caveat of I love the Rotary. I think the Rotary is one of the most fantastic organizations in this community. Your charitable giving, your everything that you do is above and beyond and so very, very, very appreciated. And my daughter, who is now an 8th grader, is partaking in the leadership program fully at the full funding of the Rotary. So please don't take any of my questions or any of my deliberation personally. I take the view of the community when I'm sitting up here. I do have a few questions, of course. So the one thing that I wanted, and unfortunately I understand there were some issues with the Public Art Commission and there wasn't a chance to review. And I'm going to simply say that whether it's art or a sign of this sort, or what Becky just referred to as monument or landmark element, these are some sort of subjective types of things. These are not like objective. Things should be this tall, this wide, etc. So with that said, is there any meaning or symbolism that you would consider a part of the existing sign design? Or any cultural reference or any type of anything along those lines?
I think we purposely tried to stay away from anything. Initially, the sign was a historic downtown Truckee with an arrow, and the Rotary Club purposefully stayed away from any type of symbolism to pull out any one piece of or area of Truckee or people. So it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's not bland, but it's simple by nature on purpose. So there is no real symbolism besides, hi, welcome.
And are all of the signs now going to be the same? They're all going to be this wet welcome to Truckee. Is that what the current proposal is?
Yes,
There's no more historic that way. There's
no more historic, no more arrows.
Welcome to Truckee signs.
Yes, they will be customized to each location. Each location is going to determine the size of the base and exactly its direction facing.
Okay. Maybe to staff, do we have any concerns or just phasing concerns with the Pacific Crest Commons, with that 89 North site location? To me, that just sort of is one where we don't really know what that frontage, I mean, we know somewhat from a site plan what that frontage is going to look like, but I do have some concerns with like plopping a sign down right there and then all of a sudden, we wanted to route some other something, or it's blocking something else on as that site is now developing. The other sites I'm not as concerned with because they're sort of done in terms of what's behind them and near them, but that site is sort of still a bit TBD.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that location is the setback to the Pacific Crest Commons property line there is pretty significant because there's the former footprint of Highway 267 that sits between the Pacific Crest Commons project and the right-of-way where the sign would be located. And it's over 100 feet wide, so the likelihood of having a significant conflict between the two is pretty low.
Great. And then I think my last question is, I guess, you have said these are meant to just be welcoming to Truckee. I mean, is there meant to be any sort of design consideration outside of what you're presenting us right now? I guess that's still, maybe that's not even a question. I guess the answer is no. This is the design.
I'm not understanding the question, so I don't know what the answer
Are you open, how about this? Are you open to additional design input and or criteria, from a more culturally sensitive standpoint, whether there's some washoe elements built in, whether there's some diversity elements built in, are there any, this is sort of what you've settled on and you'd either like to proceed with what we have in front of us as is or not, I guess is the question.
Councilmember Palovich, could I just add to your question and maybe it'll help clarify a little bit, because I had a question that I think is a very similar thread.
Please.
And my question was, is there a way that the sign can include whether it's, Truckee or welcome in the local indigenous language?
Sure.
And I personally think it's really important to honor the ancestral land that Truckee sits upon, the rich indigenous history of the area, those who occupied the land. Other towns do this. And I think that's what you're getting at. Is there any opportunity for a culturally embedded element within the sign that reflects our town's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and also our commitment to environmental sustainability in this land?
Yeah, and that's sort of exactly why I wanted it to be a legitimate agenda item at the Public Art Commission. So, yeah.
And the answer is yes.
I didn't mean to
No, that was
interrupt
great.
you.
All good. I'm done. My questions are finished.
Okay. Vice Mayor Romack.
This is for staff. So was there any feedback at the Public Art Commission, or it was just a presentation and it wasn't an item, so they couldn't provide comment at all?
Because it was just a presentation item, it wasn't really the right venue or the right time for them to provide formal public. They really just saw what the signs were and accepted the presentation.
Got it. And then to the Rotary, you guys wanted to bring it forward today because you're hoping to move forward quickly rather than wait another month for the Art Commission, or?
Yeah, I've got Kelly Gove working on a working set of plans right now. We've had a surveyor on hold since April. So I'm trying to kind of get at least the paperwork end of it rolling now. Obviously, this building season's gone, but I'd like to see it happen in the spring. So the earlier we can get working on the paperwork, the closer to a reality that becomes.
Got it. Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Zabriskie, any questions?
When did Rotary first start working on this? How many years ago?
Well, the original sign was the Contractors Association, and it's a good 15 years, Jan, and it died at that time, mostly due to lack of funding, and the Rotary picked it back up last year.
Thank you.
I have just a couple of questions.
Sure.
I know we received letters of support from TDMA and TDHS, which I thought was great. Was Visit Truckee Tahoe also supportive?
I spoke with Colleen over the phone, and she did not indicate either way, yes or no.
She submitted some public comment. Did you see that?
I didn't, no.
She did. There's a official public comment
Okay.
from Colleen.
Thank you. Okay, is Rotary, I just want to confirm, is Rotary committed to providing the long-term maintenance of the
Yes.
signs?
Yes.
So, for example, worst case, a snowplow hits one of the signs.
Yep.
Okay.
And there's also going to be restaining it, and there will be a solar panel that's probably going to need fixing here and there, and bolts that loosen up, et cetera. So yes.
Okay. And last question for you, Mitch.
Sure.
Do you feel is lighting necessary for the signs? And I recognize that, if we don't have lighting, they'll be less visible at night, but we're also a growing community. Our night skies are being impacted by light pollution from our community, from Reno. Do you feel like the lighting is necessary? Would you consider excluding it?
We'd consider it, but the lighting is proposed to be down facing to adhere to night sky codes and regulations.
Kind of, do you know how many lumens we're talking about?
That I don't know.
That's the kind of thing that would be dealt with through the building permit process.
Right.
And then Becky, I think just a question for you. How much staff resources are required to move this forward? Does that take away from work on general plan, time frame?
Yeah, I think it depends on the council's direction. I think if it went forward as proposed, where it's really the Rotary as a proponent of the project requesting an encroachment permit and a building permit, that kind of fits cleanly into the standard things we do routinely. If there was a desire for more public process that the town held a role in, then that starts to spool up the level of effort. So.
Okay, thank you. So with that, no more questions, right? Okay, we will open up public comment. So anyone who'd like to make a comment, you can queue up at the dais now.
J.D. Haas, resident business owner, thank you. Because in the general plan, we were talking about signage and the cartoon signs they have for Truckee, the ones that look like Disneyland. And thank you so much. Did you guys know this was coming the whole time? And no one talked about it during the general plan, right? Didn't talk about it. I didn't hear it sitting in there when we talked about the sign. It didn't come up. I would make a suggestion, though, that Truckee uses that font. And we try to be consistent with the font of our town as a thought. Secondly, how about putting them in the roundabout when you come into town? Right in the middle. There's another thought, because you do have the roundabout. That's a town property, which is not going to be built on. So those are a couple of things, because you're building a lot of roundabouts. So I think it's awesome. Thank you so much for what you do. And thank God it doesn't look like Disneyland, because this might actually attract some people to our community that will treat our community like we treat our community. We want to make sure that we're attracting people to this community, as I stated before, that when they get here, they understand our values and our culture. And it's not littering, it's not burning our towns down, and it's being kind. And it's not an amusement park, and we're not here to clean up after them. So with that, great job. I like the font. Put it in the roundabout. Replace the flowers with this.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Would anyone else like to make a public comment on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment and move to deliberation. And Councilmember Pallavi, I am back to you, sir.
So, funny enough, I agree with Mr. Haas on this one, and the reason why is because his values and what he just presented were different locations. He presented a different point of view. He wants a different font. He wants a lot of stuff that hasn't quite been vetted, and that has unfortunately been my point the whole time. So, I love you guys. I do. I love the signs. I love the concept. What I don't love is sort of the shotgun approach that has not had the opportunity until tonight for somebody like JD to chime in, right? And I think that's the only issue I've had with this entire thing all along. That's not correct. And that's really where I'm coming from. So personally, I still to me, unfortunately, and this is super subjective, okay? It looks like I'm coming into an HOA, or I'm coming into Tahoe Donner, or I'm coming into yet just another development. There's nothing in this sign that speaks to my values or my culture or my history or any of that, unfortunately. And that's me. That's just me, right? Like, there isn't any symbolism. There isn't any, Smokey the Bear saying don't blow up our community. There isn't a garbage can hanging from it saying your litter goes in here. It's just a pretty pedestal with some rocks and a sign that says welcome to Truckee. That's pretty. I agree. But it's not the monument. It's not the landmark element that we are using in our language, in our general plan. And if we had an opportunity for the community to be communicative about what they want to see in their signage, about what they want to see in the middle of their roundabouts, then I just feel so much more comfortable letting this proceed in the way that it has. So that's sort of where I'm still at. That's where I've been. It's where I'm going to continue to be. I'm not going to die on my sword on this one. If you guys think it's great, by all means, move forward. But in this form, in this way, without asking for other types of input from the rest of the community, I'm not comfortable moving this forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Vice Mayor Romack.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Rotary. And thank you, Rotary, for all the time and effort you've put into this. And 15 years has been a long time. I support this. I think Rotary has done, it's a community group that you get input from a lot of different community members. And you guys want to build it, maintain it. Sounds great. To Councilmember Pallavi's point, not all things can do all or answer all the things we need. So these signs might not exactly have the Smokey the Bear on them, but maybe that's something else that goes somewhere else on the entrance to Donner Lake or wherever. And, I think in our last conversation in April, we talked about, do we need this whole sign plan? And the more I got to thinking about it, and something we talk about is the Truckee funk. And so I also feel like it's okay if not all of our signs are exactly the same. Maybe they shouldn't look like Disneyland, I agree, but I feel like this fits with the vibe of our town. So I would support this moving forward. I do agree with the idea of the cultural elements, and I like Mayor's idea of could welcome or something else in the Washoe language maybe be on there. If they have symbolism, an eagle or something that could fit on the sign, I think there would be value in that to show that we are including our Indigenous heritage in welcoming people to our area. So that would be the one additional recommendation if you guys are moving forward. Also, to Mayor's other point about lighting, if there is capability to have some sort of, if there are lights that are on 2 hours past darkness and then they turn off at night because we don't need them on at midnight or something like that. And that way, when people are still driving around, it's lit up. But after that, we can keep it to the dark skies. So those would be my two additional points. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romack. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Well, now that I see how consistent it is with our general plan, my thought is we don't look a gift horse in the mouth. This relieves the town of having to go through the process for these particular entry sites. I agree with Councilmember Romack that sure, we could spend more time on this and send it through a lot of committees and post it throughout the community. But it's made out of granite and timbers. For me, that's Truckee. And I'm comfortable with this. Knowing it was started 15 years ago tells me it doesn't reflect what's trendy today. It already has some tradition built into it because it's essentially 15 years old. And for some of us, that's just a blink of an eye, but for others, it has some meaning. So I'm ready to go ahead with it. I'd like to approve it. I don't mind if a Washoe, I don't know if it's going to be the Washoe tribe or some other tribe. I don't mind symbol in there from the Washoe, but I don't want to have it come back here for me to approve the Washoe symbol.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. I agree with Vice Mayor Romack. I think the Rotary represents a lot of our community and a lot of the perspectives in our community. I do not see a reason to hold this up for a comprehensive wayfinding study, which is in this council's bike rack, but we've also been told that that will take 2 to 4 years. We were asked to provide feedback specifically on the size, text, and materials. So I think I've already said I do believe it's important to honor our ancestral lands. As such, at minimum, I'd really like to see some coordination with the local Washoe tribe to understand if they would like and support that in the Welcome to Truckee signs. And if they do, I believe we have an obligation to include that. So I would strongly encourage that and really would like to see that. Thank you. I'm getting a thumbs up from Mitch. I appreciate that. And I also, so I had already talked about lighting. Vice Mayor Romack, I think that's a great compromise and solution, that the lighting doesn't, it stays on 2 hours past sunset, for example, so that we're not just, 1, wasting energy, even if it is highly efficient, and 2, polluting our night skies. Even though it's dark sky compliant, it's still more lighting in our community that we don't necessarily need. So with that, I'm also ready to move and support this. Vice Mayor Romack, would you like to make a motion?
I don't know if we need a motion or we're just providing direction.
Oh, that's fair.
Does staff need additional anything from us?
We could take your direction if there were a form, given that there's differences of opinion on the council, if there were a motion that would allow that to be memorialized, should we need to refer back to it in the future?
I think given that we should make a motion, and because there are some different perspectives.
Sure, I'd be happy to make a motion that we direct staff to work with the Truckee Rotary to process an application with the additional Rotary acknowledging the additional input they've heard tonight, and for staff to work with them for the eventual issuance of the necessary permits.
You might want to consider making those specific recommendations clear. Just a thought.
Would you like to in your motion? Do you want me to add in?
Sure, with recommendations that Rotary look at potential additional cultural elements and restrict lighting so it's not on 24 hours a day.
I'm sure Judy has that in its entirety.
I can add more words if we need it.
I'm clear.
I'm hearing that's clear for staff's perspective. Great.
We've got it, yep.
Okay, I will second that. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me. Aye. Yes.
Councilmember Poilievre is opposed, and it passes with 3 votes. And thank you to all of the members of the Rotary for moving this forward, for being here tonight, for coming in April and coming back to us. We appreciate all of your work on this. Okay. Moving on, 7.4, extension of the temporary moratorium on the issuance of processing of applications for prohibited land uses and the prohibited land use study update report.
Good evening, Mayor, and thank you very much. I'm ready if you guys are ready. Okay.
Go ahead, take it away.
Okay, so you may recall I was here not too long ago with a discussion on a consideration of a temporary urgency ordinance. I'm back again tonight. And what I'm going to do very briefly is just go over kind of the background that's gotten us here to this evening. Foremost, as you are all well aware, we've spent the last roughly 4 years preparing a draft general plan for your consideration. Back in June, we released the entire draft, and what that includes is all of the draft policies, goals, action items that are proposed within the 8 different elements that would essentially send us through 2040 at this point.
Back in early June, we had a number of different opportunities for public input where we kind of talked through the proposed land use prohibitions. Those included a community workshop, a joint council commission session, and then we also raised this within the context of the GPAC. Back in July, your council reviewed the draft land use element where we also kind of talked through this, though it was clear at last month's meeting that we probably didn't spend enough time on this given the questions. And I'm going to walk through a number of questions tonight for you. And then really in July and August, we went through the remaining general plan elements. So those include things like safety and noise, community character, economic development, etc. And then back in early August, we first brought this before the council, and at that time you put in place Ordinance 2022-6, which established a 45-day moratorium. So last month, it was clear your council had a number of questions about really why were we proposing this and what was the thinking behind it. And so I'm actually going to spend a fair amount of time today walking the council through that. And really big picture, it's really about connecting the dots. It's our understanding of where we believe the general plan is headed and what we want to achieve under that general plan. So it's based essentially on the past 4 years of feedback and input that we've gotten from the council, from the planning commission, the GPAC, and community input. And we're taking that direction based on the draft elements and putting into place regulations that we believe are intended within the framework of the general plan. Most notably, we have a new climate action plan. I won't go into the minutia of that, but I will talk very briefly about it in a couple minutes. We have updated policies throughout the general plan, including in the community character element, economic development element, and mobility elements that really are intended to get us to where we want to be in 2040. You will see a heightened importance on water quality, air quality, industrial uses in terms of ensuring that we have enough space for those, and then a ton of emphasis on where we want to go with our year-round economy and a strong focus on creating high-wage employment opportunities for Truckee residents. So from our perspective, we do see there is a threat to public health and safety if projects get approved that do not comply with the framework of where we're headed in the next 18 years. And in particular, we have seen a pretty substantial uptick in applications, most notably for gas stations and mini storage or pre-applications, which, as you're aware, are kind of the due diligence period where people are contemplating an application. We typically don't receive many applications for these. I would say in the entirety of our town's history. What we've seen recently is a greater interest in these types of uses, which we don't believe are consistent with where the general plan is headed. So this is a slide from last time. I'm not going to go over it. What it highlights are two goals that are most notably found in your land use element, one that relates to efficient and sustainable land use patterns, and I won't read all of the language there, and then one that reflects an interest in commercial and mixed use development. So what we're trying to do here is put in place regulations that we believe would achieve both efficient and sustainable land use patterns and the efforts involved with goal LU-3, which is really about where we want to see our commercial and mixed-use developments go. So as you get into the weeds of the land use element, and I know you all have seen this within the past couple of months, but I'm going to talk a little bit about where our recommendations are based in. And what I will say is that the new general plan is really chock full of policies, actions, and goals that are all intended to address the impacts of the three uses that we're contemplating prohibiting permanently within the general plan. So what I'm going to do is help the council understand why staff is recommending these changes. And what you see here are policies that are paraphrased out of the draft land use element. Some of these are in our existing 2025 general plan. Some of these are slightly amended and some of these are new. And I won't go through those details tonight. But what I want to talk about is really how we have landed at the recommendations that are before you. One is that we have a focus on ensuring a healthy balance of uses to serve our residents and visitors. So what does that mean? The way we see this, we have a large surplus, or a large amount of gas stations, of retail uses, and mini storages already existing within Truckee. And there is a substantial amount of focus in our new land use element related to making sure that in the future we have all of the uses that we will need to serve both our residents and visitors as they come to Truckee. We have a very explicit policy that talks about land use intensification. So any future request to change the land use map and or the land use element, that would only be allowed if community benefits are provided, such as affordable housing, public open space, or trail improvements. And those are very explicitly called out in the land use element. We have a discussion and number of policies related to large continuous parking lots and paved areas. Both of these are associated with gas stations and mini storage areas, and oftentimes with larger retail buildings or developments. All of our land use policies reflect an interest in creating pedestrian-oriented design. These are typically not typified by these these particular types of uses. We've certainly got lots of site plans that we can show you if you're interested to see kind of what these uses typically look like, and they don't really achieve that council interest. There's also emphasis on creating building orientation toward the street. Again, that's kind of similar to the pedestrian-oriented design. These types of uses typically don't achieve that, and or it takes a substantial amount of effort and design modification to get to that point. Lastly, you've heard me talk about this fairly often. We have policies throughout our general plan that talk about ensuring that we have adequate industrial space within our plans. And what we're trying to do here, in particular with the notion of mini storage, is that we don't see that these types of uses will get us to making that finding within our general plan. And then lastly, we actually have an explicit prohibition, or we have discouraging language in our general plan that's proposed that actually discourages commercial uses within our industrial zone districts, and mini storage is considered a commercial use by our development code. And then, so stepping outside of the land use element, I just want to walk through all the different elements that also that have policy language that we believe relates to all three of the uses that we're contemplating tonight. In particular, the community character element, we just talked through this element just a couple weeks ago. We have heavy emphasis on protection of our night sky and prevention of light pollution. Most notably, gas stations are a real tough challenge here. Gas stations typically come with a high level of light pollution, including trespass and glare, and it's really difficult to achieve protection of the night sky for some of those uses. So that's a concern that we have there. I talked briefly about high quality town design and pedestrian orientation. Again, all three of these uses can be really challenging to achieve that objective. And then we talk a little bit about the Gateway District in our land use report that was attached to your staff report. What we're seeing here is a heavy emphasis in our community character element related to gateways. You all are well aware we've spent many years and many dollars on the Envision Gateway project. We've got transportation improvements throughout Gateway. And we're really placing a high level emphasis on the built environment and improving the built environment within Gateway. Innovate Gateway also has a lot of policy language here. Unfortunately for Gateway, a lot of our gas stations are located within the Gateway District. So we're working on trying to create that future framework to where we're able to achieve the objectives for the Gateway District. I will not talk a lot about the mobility element. It's really hard to capture all of what the mobility element is trying to do in a couple bullet points. I think you're all pretty familiar with it. We've spent a lot of time talking about mobility. As you know, we have really the mobility element is a new way for us to approach transportation and circulation within Truckee. Our current general plan focuses more on transportation and vehicular movement, and we're really trying to get away from that and focus on all aspects of mobility. That includes all forms of alternative transportation and really creating greater mobility options throughout the town. And most importantly, we're looking at many policies that focus on less reliance of gas-powered vehicles and really an overall reduction in auto dependency. So that in particular is partly why we are recommending a prohibition on gas stations in the future. The economic development element is where a lot of our recommendations are based in. And what you see here is a pretty thorough summary of what's in the economic development element. And what I want to focus primarily on is this notion of economic diversification and high wage employment. This is listed throughout the element. And what we're seeing is that, as I mentioned, we have a lot of these uses already in the town of Truckee, and they really aren't going to get us, if we continue to see more of these uses, they're not going to get us to where we need to be with our goals with respect to economic diversification. We also talk a lot about expansion of key economic sectors that we want to see in the future. There's significant focus, again, on ensuring that we have enough industrial space and that the uses that we have throughout Truckee draw on our natural assets. I highlighted this in green because what we're talking about tonight is exactly what this this economic development policy tells us to do. It's monitoring of our zoning to ensure compatibility of land use and economic development goals. So that's what we believe we're trying to do tonight, and that's why this is before you for your consideration. Again, ensuring of industrial space, I won't harp on that. Development of a skilled workforce. So the workforce that we typically see with service uses, gas stations, and mini storage are not considered skilled workforce. So we don't believe that they're going to get us to where we want to be with that policy. And then most interestingly, we do have a policy that would require a mitigation plan to address the economic impacts of businesses with low wage jobs. So that's an action item. So we haven't yet fleshed out what that means, but we've drawn particular focus to businesses that have low wage jobs. We want to understand, how do we mitigate that? We recognize, one of our earlier discussion topics this evening was that our working class is not able to afford many properties in town, and we would have a plan in place to address the impacts from those types of businesses. And then lastly, this is nothing new. We have long had goals of finding relocation opportunities for Truckee River businesses, and we feel that in particular, mini storage facilities are typically many acres large, and that would only serve a single business, where we know we have a lot of businesses that we are looking to find alternate locations for, especially if we contemplate some different land use designations along West River. Conservation and open space, we talked through this just a couple weeks ago. There is quite a bit of language related to protection of both the Truckee River and Donner Lake, in particular protection of water quality and soils, and really the overall promotion of environmental sustainability. That's kind of obviously the main focus of the conservation element. What we see, and I'll talk through this in just a moment, there are some challenges with some of these uses, in particular with respect to water quality and soil contamination, and past occurrences of that happening within the town of Truckee, and I'll talk through that. Safety element, one of the aspects of the safety element is an emphasis on reducing flood hazards. As you're well aware, one of the properties that's expressed interest in developing a gas station is literally at the confluence of Donner Creek and Cold Creek over in the Donner Lake Coldstream area. And while we think that they've got most of the proposed development outside of the floodplain, we're still working through that. So there's definitely some concern with respect to flood hazards given that particular location's proximity to two creeks. And then the cap element, again, I won't talk a lot about this because I know you're all well versed, but similar to mobility, overall reduction in dependence on vehicles, expand all different types of transportation modes, and then really greater emphasis on where we think cars are headed, which is low and zero emission vehicles. So big picture, 7 out of the 8 elements that are before you or will be before you in a couple months have proposed goals, policies, and/or action items that address the impacts associated with these 3 prohibited uses. So again, we're really trying to connect the dots and make sure that we get us to where we want to be. So this is the actual language that you'll see within the land use element. It's LU 1.7, which relates to inefficient uses, and then a corresponding action item. The inefficient uses is where we get to what we have determined are inefficient uses, which are gas stations, mini storage, and golf courses. As I mentioned last month, golf courses are already prohibited within the town, so this would just be a slight change to that. What you see here are 2 examples of properties in the town of Truckee. The one at the top is a gas station that's been abandoned for over 5 years at this point. It sits right along Donner Creek over in the Coldstream area. And then this is one of our mini storage facilities over on West River Street. And then we also have the prohibition on larger retail buildings. That currently in our general plan sits at 40,000 square feet. What we've done is reviewed all of the policies within predominantly our community character and land use elements, and have really determined that a smaller limit is probably more appropriate at this point where we are in our community's development. As you're probably not surprised to hear, big box retail uses can be pretty tough to kind of comply with our community character standards. We did note last month that we are contemplating an action item where we would potentially look at all allowed highway commercial uses to better serve local neighborhoods. There's currently about 35 allowed uses within within highway commercial, which is a decent amount of uses, but we also want to potentially look at that in terms of better ways to serve our local neighborhoods, since many of these uses are in proximity to Donner Lake and Gateway. So I'm going to switch gears to really the findings from the land use report. So that land use report is something that's required within state law when we contemplate implementing an urgency ordinance. And it really focused on sort of the concerns that we've identified based on our general plan and prior uses that we've seen within the town of Truckee. So as I mentioned, we do believe there's a strong potential for these uses to be proposed within the town. We've seen a pretty substantial increase in proposals for these uses, though that's in context that we typically don't see these, and we've seen a few of them recently. As I mentioned, gas stations are already largely aggregated within downtown and in Gateway, and what we're seeing is that there's greater impacts borne by those particular districts because of where all the gas stations are located, the exception sort of being the fast lane, which is over on 267. I mentioned that one gas station in particular is being explored. It would be situated at the confluence of Donner and Cold Creeks, and we do, in our preliminary review of the project, again, that's at a preliminary level. We have not done a CEQA document evaluating the environmental impacts associated with that project, but just recognizing that that project would be located within the confluence of those two projects is certainly something that we will look at. And then I'll talk very briefly, it's probably not a surprise, but the environmental track record associated with gas stations isn't great. And in particular, in Truckee, we've got local examples of problems that we've had related both to blight and actual contamination. About 20 years ago, we had one of our gas stations in Gateway release 6,000 gallons of premium gasoline into the soil and groundwater. Shortly thereafter, they were issued a cleanup and abatement order from Lahontan, and it has taken about 20 years for that project to be abated, and today it sits vacant. It previously was blighted, and it took quite a bit of effort to get that site cleaned up. So we certainly have a history in Truckee that we can look to in terms of the concerns related to these uses. What we certainly understand is that more modern gas stations may have a better track record, though it's unclear exactly how that would play out. So there is a concern from leaking underground storage tanks or leaking underground fuel tanks. We've had ongoing cleanup costs and issues with adaptive reuse of these properties, so it's certainly a concern that we wanted to daylight. Other related findings, we talked about this last month. The state of California just recently, within the last several weeks, has essentially issued a mandate that we move away from gas-powered vehicles within the next, I guess it's really close to 12 years at this point. So we believe that there'll be reduced demand for traditional gas stations, and recognizing the fact that it can take anywhere from 5 to 20 years to abate these types of uses and clean up these types of uses, we think that that's something the council should be aware of. Like I mentioned, difficulty in removing these uses. I talked about this earlier. A number of the uses that we're contemplating prohibiting tonight are typically associated with both low-wage employment and don't typify high-skill employment, of which are two very predominant goals within our economic development element. So we wanted to highlight that. We don't see economic diversification associated with any of these uses. We have a number of these uses already in Truckee. They are largely service-based, and the main focus of our policies within the economic development element are to move away from that and to create greater economic diversification. We've talked about this last month. With respect to the mini storage uses, these typically require multiple acreages for a project. And what happens also at the same time is there's extremely low employee generation rates. A project recently approved in Placer County had 110,000 square feet of development and about 1.5 full-time employee equivalents associated with that. In contrast, our employee generation rates for a comparable commercial project would be 220, and a comparable industrial project would be 110. So we see a number of concerns with that particular type of use in light of where the policies in our general plan are headed. I've also harped on this a lot. We have an identified 11-acre industrial land shortage that was identified in our 2020 BAE report, and we still haven't totally figured that out yet at this point. So again, just trying to highlight some of the concerns that we see with this particular use. And then lastly, the big box idea. I'll just give you a great example. It took us 6 years to get the grocery outlet project in Gateway to a point where it could get approved in the town of Truckee. That was initially a large big box grocery store at actually a different location, and it moved around a couple different times. But the time and effort that it took to get to that point, because it initially had very strong franchise architecture, was 6 years, many hours of back and forth with staff, architects, attorneys, et cetera. So again, those were some of the findings of the land use report. So what you did last month is you adopted a 45-day moratorium. What that did is it established a temporary moratorium on the approval of new development applications. I want to point out again, like we did last month, this doesn't affect the processing. We are still obligated to process any application that comes in, excuse me, that comes in. We just don't have to bring it to a decision maker hearing while the moratorium is in place. You limited temporary limitation on the 3 different uses. And what this really is doing is giving us time to complete the general plan. As you are well aware, we're shooting for an end of 2022 timeframe to complete that general plan. And it gives us the opportunity to bring forward all the different elements for your consideration. And it gives you the opportunity to determine if you would like a permanent prohibition on one or any of these uses or none of them. So this is the section of California Government Code that we are working under. It gives you, we've already done the 45-day. What we're here tonight is to contemplate an additional 6 months extension, which is being proposed. What we're doing there is providing a couple-month buffer, recognizing that if we don't stay on schedule with our end of 2022, that gives us a couple more months to allow us to consider the entirety of the general plan, not just the prohibitions that are being proposed tonight. And then we're also asking that you consider the written report, that's the land use report that I just spent a few moments discussing. What happens there is that gets included along with the ordinance, and it gets adopted by the town council. We are trying to build the case for why we believe there is an urgent need to do this, recognizing that we don't see that these 3 uses, again, are consistent with where the future general plan is headed. So that's why we're here tonight. So you've got a 2-prong recommendation from me this evening, and I just want to point out we had a little bit of a hiccup in our release of the staff report, we want to be very clear once again that you have an amended urgency ordinance in front of you. The most notable amendment being that we would still be processing any and all applications that come to us during the time of the urgency ordinance. They would just not move to a consideration in front of the council or commission. And then secondly, you would be adopting the draft land use study update report and issuing direction to us to publish the report.
And I will point out that the adoption of that report and directing staff to issue it is required whether or not the council decides to extend the moratorium. It's simply part of the statute. It's a requirement we can't get out of. So regardless of what else happens up on the dais and whether the vote is to extend the moratorium, we would ask you to please adopt that report and tell us to issue it.
Wonderful, thank you. Before we move into council questions, Jenna or maybe Andy, I have a procedural question. So the California code requires a 4/5 vote. Does that mean we all need to vote yes or yes tonight to pass it, or does it provide for a majority vote?
Nope, it's 4 votes. So everyone on the dais or it doesn't pass.
Okay, thank you. Okay. With that, we are going to move into council questions. Councilmember Zabriskie, I will start on this side of the dais.
Thank you. Before I start with my questions, I just wanted for the record note, my stepson, Mike Brown, is an attorney with Stoll Reeves. Stoll Reeves is representing the one of the pending applicants. I don't know if an application was filed or not. Anyway, I learned since the last time this issue came to us that his firm is representing one of the people who wants to put in a gas station. And as our council noted, guest, he's not paying me and I'm not paying him. So this is just a disclosure to take it for what it's worth. Okay, with that long preamble. So Jen, I want to focus on this report we're being asked to approve, the land use report. And I don't have any questions on the 20,000 square foot limitation. I think I only have one question on the mini storage, and I noted staff, put in extra work to find out what the status is of the existing mini storages, and they discovered that in one case, there's a waiting list, maybe 2 cases, 2 mini storages have waiting lists, and then another mini storage has space available. Do we have any idea how that nets out, or what accounts for one place having a waiting list and another being less than full?
I don't know that we fully understand it, but I suspect it's largely tied to cost and or, caliber of facility. Some are probably nicer and or more secure.
Size of the storage unit.
Right.
So it's the availability of the size. The consumer is looking for a certain size most likely. So while there might not be a waiting list, there might be a waiting list on a 10 by 20, but maybe not on a 10 by 10, for example, would be.
Right.
Generally, I shop for storage units, so that's would be my professional opinion.
So this is when you want to get into the business if you're going to do it at all. Yeah.
You better get in now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So now my questions are going to just focus on the gas stations and what we understand is being presented in the report. Can you go to the second page? I guess it's the third page. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the one that has projected gas station demand about halfway down. Do you have it? Okay.
I'll pull it up from the
Yes.
website so everyone can see it.
It would be page 4.
Okay. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah. going to be before that, I think. Is it? Yeah. Keep going back. There.
Projected gas station demand?
Yeah, I want to look at that first paragraph. It's referring back to the BAE study. You don't have that handy, do you?
I do.
Oh, okay. So I was looking at table 22 and 23 to make sure I could follow all this. And I didn't, and looking at the last sentence that says there'll be a reduction in visitor-based retail sales for motor vehicle part dealers and gasoline stations. I just looked at gasoline stations, and I didn't find those numbers for gasoline stations. I found those numbers for total taxable sales at the very bottom of table 23. Do you see that?
Yes.
And when I look up above, though, I do see a line item for gas stations saying 2018, 9,829,000, and then 2040, it's only 5 million.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you're confused, but that has
Maybe.
been confusing. What I think this is saying is that it's not actually a reduction of about 50%, which I think is what several people initially thought. It's just that the new revenue associated with, gas stations in the foreseeable future is 4.8.
Okay.
But it is clear that from other parts of the study that we think there'd be a slight reduction in not. What am I trying to say? The growth is reducing.
Okay.
The growth of revenue is reducing.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So Jenna, the table I'm looking at, which I think is the one you're reusing, is actually showing that there'll be a 50%. A 50% increase is being projected. Yes. And if I flip over and look at future resident-based retail spending, I see a similar increase for gasoline station revenue.
You're talking table 23?
Both 22 and 23 both show substantial increases between 2018 and 2040. Am I correct?
More in the visitor.
Yes, more in the visitor.
For sure.
Yeah. Such that, and in the text right above, BAE, both for residential and visitors, points out that notable revenues comes from gas stations for the town. 12.9% for resident-based and 20%, 21% almost for visitor-based. You see that in the text?
In table 21 and 22?
22 and 23.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I would need to make a correction here at the end of this paragraph. Is that right? I shouldn't be saying reduction, I should be saying increase.
Which paragraph?
The first paragraph under projected gas station demand. I would need to change both the dollar amounts and the direction of the change to be accurate.
In the BAE study or the staff report?
In the staff report.
Sorry, I don't have
Yeah,
that
no,
open.
sorry.
That's okay. I don't have that open. Give me just 1 second.
Jenna, perhaps while you pull that.
Oh, I'm
are you
sorry.
already-
I'm sorry. I said,
No.
I meant
Go
the
ahead.
land use report.
The report.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I meant the land use report. That paragraph we're
Okay.
looking at, the last sentence.
So, I'm sorry, which paragraph in the land use report?
The first paragraph.
First paragraph,
under-
okay.
And the last sentence.
Yes, that is a Yeah, this BAE study was confusing, and I think when we published this, we misread the report. It took me, I had to read it twice today just to fully understand what it was saying.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I will say is that there have been several notable changes since publication of this BAE report, which we have lamented many times over the past 2 years, most notably COVID and the changes that our community has seen. Don't know if those are, don't know if the changes we'll see in our community are permanent or not with respect to COVID. And then secondly, the most recent state legislation prohibiting gas-powered vehicles, this certainly doesn't take that into account in any way. So there are certain things in this report that at this point are probably outdated. And, it's unfortunate we've not been able to update this in the 2 years since it was, actually 2.5 years since it was published.
Right, yeah. And for present purposes, I'm only saying that the land use, to the extent the land use report is relying on the BAE report, the land use report would need to be revised.
That particular section, I agree.
And, if we back up, though, and look at the BAE report, I share your same concerns. It has simple assumptions. 2% growth a year. We stay with 2018 values.
Right.
And that's how it gets a 50% increase. That's a big jump.
Yeah, a lot. Okay. I mean, a lot has changed in the last 2.5 years, during development of our general plan, no doubt.
So sitting up here, I, as a council member, if I'm going to approve a report, I would like to be as accurate as possible. Okay. That's how I'm looking at it. Sure. Okay, let's go down then to the last full paragraph. And this paragraph is to the point that public fueling sites have been reduced from 170,000 to 100,000 over the past 2 decades. And then it says, as gas stations become less profitable amid a national push for more sustainable mobility options like electric vehicles. And then there's a citation we can go to. And when I looked at one of the citations, what I found was a reference to an increase in big box gas stations, which made me think of Costco down in Reno. And that it's not a case of gas consumption having declined. So I looked at another site link here, and it showed me that gasoline consumption has increased over the last 20 years. That we're up around, nationally, we're up around 145 billion gallons of gas. Despite the CAFE standards in 1978, the Pavley standards in 2006, nonetheless, people are driving more. So it doesn't appear that so far we can say that gas consumption has gone down. And to just look at the number of gas stations would be misleading as an indicator of a reduction in gasoline demand. Is that fair enough for me to say?
I certainly understand what you're saying. I mean, we are not looking at it solely through that lens. I think we are, taking what we believe is the mandate that your council, your commission, the GPAC, and the community have handed us in the framework of the general plan, and trying to identify the uses that we don't think work. Is it, you asked a number of questions related to VMT or gas consumption. We're trying to tackle it from a number of different angles. There's, the BAE report identifies, like I said, 11-acre shortage. We still haven't gotten there. 510 hotel units. We could still get that. We have the demand for that, and we're not changing anything there. So, the BAE report, I think, is one piece of the puzzle. Studies like what you cited about Costco gas stations or increasing consumption That's also part of the picture. I think what we're trying to do is get us to where we want to be with our sustainability goals within the town of Truckee.
That's ultimately where I want to go to, but part of it's understanding the factual underpinnings and then approving this land use report. Because then on the next page, there's a discussion about underground storage tanks, about the number of abandoned tanks, and it's, we're talking about a historical situation. We're not talking about new gas stations and a problem with abandoned tanks and new gas stations, particularly as they would apply to Truckee. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm concerned that in this report, we're using a historical problem to justify a future action when it's really a comparison of apples and oranges. If I'm incorrect, go ahead and explain to me. But I think we have much stronger regulations now, and people don't get away with building gas stations and then sneaking out in the dead of night.
Well, as far as I know, gas stations still use underground storage tanks.
Yes, they do.
Predominantly, I know we have an above-ground one at the town of Truckee, probably for that reason. But as far as I know, it's still a pretty common practice. And so my understanding is I would certainly agree that environmental regulations have come a long way. However, it's still a problem that we see and one that we contended with even up to 2 years ago in the town.
Okay.
Councilmember Zabriskie, if I might sorry, am I getting feedback?
No.
If I might interject, are there, do you have specific changes that you're wanting to see in the report? Or specific policy changes that you're trying to get to?
No, I want facts that would allow me to vote to extend the moratorium, that would achieve the goals that are in the general plan. I'm looking for facts. I'll kind of move along. Okay, let me ask you.
I'm just a little concerned
Yeah.
because we don't have the time tonight to go through the report line by line. So I just want to make sure our fellow council members also have an opportunity.
Okay, I have 4 questions left. Can you tell me how, if at all, the moratorium will reduce gasoline consumption?
The temporary moratorium or a prohibition within the general plan?
A temporary moratorium that would lead to a general prohibition. Just tell me how a ban on new gas stations would reduce gasoline consumption.
We have not done that thorough of analysis. What we did try to do within the context of the land use report was provide you greater information than you had last month. I'm sure there is data out there. I don't know if we could ballpark a reduction. There are other cities and counties throughout the state of California that are doing just that on the basis that it does result in both consumption reduction and VMT reduction, and we can probably do some research there.
Okay. Can you tell me, sitting here tonight, how it would
What I will say is that Truckee is in a very unique position that we are a resort destination, and a very substantial amount of our VMT is coming from outside of Truckee. And so that also presents a unique challenge in terms of comparing data.
Right. And can you tell me how, if at all, the moratorium and then a prohibition would reduce vehicle miles traveled?
Same answer. We have not done extensive modeling on that.
Do we know whether it would reduce or increase or have no effect on gasoline prices in Truckee?
I'm giggling because that's always been a joke within Truckee, is the way our price structure works. I don't know that answer.
Okay. And then my last question is, would a moratorium and then a prohibition help to motivate Beacon or 76, which are downtown, on Donner Pass Road and Bridge Street? Would that motivate them to abandon or give up their operations so we could use those properties for other purposes? Or would the prohibition actually be reason for them to stay there?
I don't think that we can speculate on individual business owners' thoughts or motives.
We can't,
So
but what
can-
I can say is that when we were working with the 76 downtown, when they were doing their remodel, that we had quite a bit of discussion about the effectiveness of the pump that's closest to the sidewalk because it's really tight to get in there, and had a discussion about would it be more beneficial to have additional kind of convenience store versus those pumps. What they told us at the time, and this is years ago, is that they don't make money off the pumps, they make money off the convenience store. And that did have a higher value to them. We didn't necessarily have the zoning kind of all figured out at the time to help them kind of go in that direction. They ultimately kept the pumps, but I do think for a lot of the gas stations, it's, the gas is sort of secondary.
Thank you. That's consistent with one of the links you provided.
I mean,
Talked at a national level.
what I can say is that we're recommending this looking through the lens of the general plan and where we believe your council is telling us to go. We didn't solely look at gas consumption reductions or VMT. That is certainly something we can do some more work on if we need to.
But we've also, we've read tons of traffic studies in this community for different projects that we've had. And people trip chain in Truckee, especially if you live in Glenshire or Tahoe Donner, where you're not just going to leave your house to go to the gas station and then go home. You're often doing your trips, multiple stops at one time to be more efficient. And especially now that the gas prices are even higher, people really aren't leaving to just go get gas and then go back home.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm done with
Okay.
for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. And Jenna, I think that was a really good point, and I really want to sort of say that again for everyone that, staff isn't trying to convince us of one thing or another. They're asking if we want to uphold the general plan direction for the immediate future, the direction that this council has all provided over numerous meetings and meetings that were held jointly with the Planning Commission. So to me, that's sort of fundamentally a key part of what this actually is. So I just want to say that before we continue with questions. With that, I will turn it over to Vice Mayor Romack for any outstanding questions.
Thank you, staff, for answering a bunch of questions in advance. That was very helpful, and for putting together the report. The only small, tiny question I have, and a fellow council person asked it, and I just wanted to clarify. I know in the descriptions of gas stations in our area, it was incorrect data about how many are in North Lake Tahoe. So I would just want to ask that that's correct. It says there's one in Tahoe City and one in Incline Village, where I know there's 2 in Tahoe City, 2 in Kings Beach, and I believe 3 in Incline. So to just reflect.
Yep, thank you. And Google failed us clearly in that endeavor, so we'll fix that.
Perfect. Just to make sure we have correct information. Otherwise, no further questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi.
No questions. I just want to commend staff. This is exactly what we would have gotten. Well, maybe. I was going to say was what we would have gotten through with the first time. This was the information personally that I was looking for. So I'm glad that you followed up with it. So thank you. I have no questions at this time.
Okay. With that, we will open public comment on this agenda item. Would anyone like to make a public comment on this tonight? If so, you may step up to the podium right now. And again, just state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, and the timer's on this side of the dais.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Allison Smith. I'm providing comments as counsel for Dollywall Investment LLC and Ben Dollywall, who is the developer in the pre-application stage related to the I-80 adjacent site that also borders the creeks. And in the interest of a full disclosure related to Jan's comments, I'm with the firm Stoll Reeves and was happy to come up to our office here today to talk with you. What I'd ask the council to consider is whether a ban on all gas stations in all districts is really going to meet your land use planning objectives and your other goals for the town in terms of economics and community character, and whether or not there might be some projects that would meet those goals and that would also meet the demand that that certain studies have shown is going to be present for the town of Truckee in terms of perhaps needing 1 or even 2 gas stations in the future. Putting an outright ban would tie your hands to be able to meet that demand and provide those services to the community, and might not meet that overall objective to be able to serve your visitor community as well as your local residents. So we provided a comment letter and provided some specifics about the project is currently proposed. There's several iterations that Mr. Dhaliwal has worked with staff on. And you can look at, this is an example of a site that the town may actually want to meet that need and demand with a project that's well-designed, well-sited, minimizes and mitigates and potential environmental impacts, and incorporates elements that actually do look towards the future and this transition to EVs. So this project, as it's been proposed, includes a gas station, also a convenience store and a variety of eateries, as well as 8 EV charging stations. And part of what the last conversation amongst the architect and with staff was providing a specific plan about how those EV charging stations could be transitioned to expand if the gas station component itself was to become obsolete in future years. Some of the other aspects of this particular site, and there may be others as well, that would also be good sites for this kind of use. This is a commercial highway site right on I-80, so it does border the creeks, but it's also right there on the highway. It's very constrained. I struggle to think of what would be another use. It was blighted. Mr. Dhaliwal did tear down a blighted motel at staff's request on the site. So he's already put in a significant investment, looking forward to what would be the highest and best use for this particular site. So it seems that with this kind of site, it's a very efficient land use. I'll refer you to our comment letter with other details about the project related to minimizing environmental impacts and looking towards addressing climate change and other goals that the city has. Thanks.
Thank you, Allison. Would anyone else like to make a public comment? You can step right up.
Lucas McClellan, Truckee resident, and a contractor in the oil and gas industry for the last 15 years, so I think I can answer some of Mr. Zabrisky's questions. In relation to how many people will be driving gas-powered cars by 2040, probably nobody in this room. And that includes the chief of police's police officers. So the demand for gasoline is going down. I can tell you as a contractor that implemented environmental monitoring equipment that every single gas station leaks. The location of this one is on several creeks. So whether they leak through the air, whether they leak through the tanks or right out of the nozzles, they all emit. So at this point, adding more gas stations in Truckee, I don't believe is a great idea. And that's any other questions you have, I'm happy to answer after.
Thank you, Lucas. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment. We'll move back into deliberation. And again, just to kind of, there's a lot of detail in this. I'm going to pull us up to, a bit of a higher view. We're really talking about extending the urgency ordinance until March 13th, 2023, and then adopting the draft land use study report. So with that, we will move into deliberation, comments, and council's member Zabriskie. I'm back over to you, sir.
I don't feel we have enough of a record to approve the moratorium. I'll cut right to it. I'm willing to extend it 1 month to give staff a chance to come back with facts that actually support the moratorium. We just had an expert tell us that those facts are out there. We're just not seeing it in the record. I'm taking his statements as representations for now. I need more than that to build a record. But what I heard from staff is actually innocently, of course, belied by the underlying documents. I don't think I can't approve the land use report because it's inaccurate, at least to a sufficient degree that prevents me from approving it. And if there's facts out there to support a limitation on a prohibition on the gas stations, I'm ready to hear it. It's just not here yet.
I should point out one procedural detail, and that is that although the extension of the moratorium requires 4 votes, the adoption of the report only requires 3.
Okay.
And I will also just add in, I didn't say it earlier, I probably should have. Councilmember Klovstad, of course, is not here this evening, but she did submit a written email to me, and some of our town staff were on that as well, voicing her support for extending the moratorium. So I did want to share that with my fellow council members.
To what end?
Because it's in direct alignment with the vision that we have in our general plan update, I would say.
But she's not here.
To what end, what? What do you mean?
You're representing her position, but she's not here.
She's not here, but she sent it in by email to me and to staff, so I think it's appropriate to share it with with all of the council. She doesn't get a vote. She doesn't get a vote, but I'm sharing it as information.
Okay. And just to finish up, there's just two things, if you don't mind. One is I would have made more of a record against what's being stated in the staff report, but you didn't want me asking any more questions, right?
Well,
and I agreed.
That's not true, but what I don't believe we have time for, because we have all agreed procedurally that we end at 10 o'clock, is that we don't have time to go through it line by line.
Yeah.
That was part of our council norms that we agreed to, so that we're not, here making decisions when we're 6 hours into a meeting, when people aren't at their best for decision making.
Okay, I felt like I was cut off.
I apologize. I did not intend to cut you off, but I do want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to voice their opinions.
The other thing is we share the same goals. My concern is this is window dressing. It's mere symbolism. It doesn't get us there. I do want to see a reduction in greenhouse gases. I am concerned about the representation, that there's no way of eliminating the pollution from a new gas station. I'm also noting there's nothing in the climate action plan about a prohibition on new gas stations. It's not in there. There's something else going on here. That's my feeling anyway.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Romack, over to you.
Question to Councilmember Zabriskie. Do you feel, and I'm not saying we want to open it up to a lot of questions, but if you asked additional questions you cut yourself off from, that it would get you to a different place? Or do you feel like you still don't have all the information?
I would have tried to point out through staff and the documents that were linked that the underground storage tanks of the past are not relevant to the future because of the changes in the law. These are legacy problems with the underground tanks, and that gas consumption is going up contrary to what was being represented by the witness. The number of gas-powered vehicles, while it's going to go down, there's still going to be a substantial number on the interstate highways in 2050.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, though, is asking more questions wouldn't probably get you to a different place.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, no, it would have just, no.
Okay. Just wanted to check on that because it could be worth more if it would get you to a different place. Right. I do support extending this moratorium. I supported the initial moratorium. I think, staff did a good job aligning it to many of the Truckee 40 general plan goals and policies and actions. And if more conversations want to continue with concerns from citizens, applicants, council members, then, we're talking about the general plan at our next meeting. So it would make sense to me to extend the moratorium at this time, have those discussions, and then if we come to an agreement where maybe that's not the direction we want to go, then we take those elements out of the general plan, and then we can end the moratorium after that point. But I still feel like staff provided a lot of information, and I still feel comfortable with the moratorium, but I'm still open if there's more public input or other input, it should be discussed at the general plan discussions. So I support extending the moratorium.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, I do too, Jan, or Councilmember Zabriskie, and I'll tell you why at a much more fundamental level than discussing underground storage tanks or any of the other stuff. It doesn't matter. I believe our general plan, and I had a lot of the same reservations that you did over 30 days ago. And I sat here and said, hey, if anybody else has problems with this, reach out. Let me hear from you. Crickets, nothing, zero. So, I'm reflecting the will of the community in upholding this moratorium, because if that's the direction our general plan's going, this is the direction we're going to be adopting in 60 or so days. I think it does behoove us to kind of get ahead of some of these land uses that are going to become problematic in a little while. And this would be the right time to do this. This is the right time to signal the direction that we're going. This is the right time to signal, what is going to be those land use opportunities moving forward. And had I had 3 very in-depth meetings with people who were super concerned that we weren't going to have any more mini storage, I might be right there with you, but I haven't heard boo. And you and I were the strongest proponents, that first time. So I would urge you to get out of the weeds and maybe look at it from a higher level and not be so concerned with some of that minutia, because I'm not sure that minutia is even relevant to the vision that Jenna has very succinctly multiple times provided, which is a much more overarching land use plan of the future for Truckee. And it doesn't matter if people are going to drive more or less. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're going to use more gas or not use more gas. Do you wait in gas station lines now? I don't. At any of the 5 gas stations that I frequent, both in town and out of town. So to me, it's not that we're being underserved. The mini storage thing is an incredibly inefficient use of space. I had to read one line in that report, and that was the employment line of 50,000 square feet of mini storage versus 50,000 square feet of anything else. And the drastic difference, that was just really that was important, and that got me on that one. And the square footage one I've been a proponent of since day one. So to me, I'm very comfortable with proceeding the way we are. I believe this report is extremely well executed. There are some discrepancies, as there are going to be in any report that's coming out these days, but I believe that what's in front of us is approvable for me. I'm not speaking for you. I'm more just trying to give you another opinion. If you choose to hold your position, obviously, with all due respect, that's your job. So thank you.
To clarify it, you've just pointed out 2 things for me. I now see support for the moratorium on the mini storage. I looked into this inefficient use of land. I see factual support for that. The 20,000 square foot limitation, I understand that factual basis. Essentially, we're shrinking the size of big box stores that we don't want in Truckee. I understand that. What for me is missing is not minutia, but the factual support for the moratorium on gas stations, which makes it hard for me to,
all I was going to say was nobody's prohibiting a convenience store. Nobody's prohibiting a commercial use. We're literally talking about gasoline fueling stations, which, if I'm not mistaken, your number one goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And you've repeated that 1,000 times in the 2 years that we've worked together up here. So to me, I just don't understand where you're coming from if you're not willing to support a ban on gas stations, but then your overarching goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I don't understand that. So you'll have to help me at a later date offline understand that line of thought better. But to me, in very simplistic language, those are pretty directly related. And the point is, we got enough gas stations, so let's move on.
Help me out here.
Yeah.
If we put a moratorium ban on new gas stations, will that reduce greenhouse gases? If so, how?
Psychologically. Sorry, Mayor Henderson. I don't have the numbers, and I don't believe that there's science to it. We're basically setting a line in the sand, just like we do on 8 million of the other things that we do. And we're saying, hey, we don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try it. We're going to tell people we're not going to put gas stations in our community. Maybe they'll think of buying an electric vehicle because they don't like to drive this far because the gas station's too far away. So by not making a gas station more convenient, they're not going to choose to buy a gas-guzzling vehicle. I have no idea. That's just an argument, but that's pretty much the argument we're making across the board on all this stuff.
And I guess I want to add to that. So I would say, we just went through with our BMR THAP program. We said, we don't know exactly what the results are going to be and how much this is going to, drive a really different housing market. But we're going to try it. We're willing to try it and work to iterate and improve on it. If we learned that gas consumption is going up, are we going to say, okay, fine, we don't need to decarbonize our transportation and building sectors? No, I'd say we need to work harder to do that because we have very real climate goals that we've all aligned on. Those goals are up on that wall right there. And those are reflected in our general plan. So just because we don't have the exact impact or specific data points behind it, it doesn't mean we don't have a vision, just like we have a vision for our housing solutions.
And I just wanted to add, agree with both points that were made. And, we want to be leaders in this realm. And this is a way for us to show that we as a town, we are moving forward into a new future, decarbonizing, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And so this is a great way to do that. And I would worry if we don't continue the moratorium and then applications come in, and then now we're going against what our goals are in the next few months while the general plan is finalized.
Let me ask a question to staff. We do a lot of compromise up on this dais, and I think we've gotten pretty good at it as a council. What if the urgency ordinance was not extended until March? What if it was extended, for example, to mid-January? Councilmember Zabriskie, that's a shorter extension of the ordinance. Is that something that you could get more comfortable with, for example? And staff, is that allowable?
Well, I'll answer that last one first. It's certainly allowable because the council can extend the moratorium for anything up to 10 months and 15 days, but it can certainly be less than that. But the intent of the moratorium ultimately is to buy time until the council can consider the general plan. If the council adopts a general plan that prohibits these uses, then the uses are prohibited, and the moratorium would no longer really be all that relevant. On the other hand, if the council makes an informed policy decision to not prohibit these uses in the general plan, then the moratorium will have no purpose because you will have signaled that you're not opposed to the uses. So really, the tenure of the moratorium is kind of tied to the date of adoption of the general plan. And so whether it's 10 months and 15 days or March or January is a little bit academic because the point is really just to maintain the status quo until the general plan gets adopted with whatever contents the general plan has in it.
I'm willing to give staff as much time as it needs, reasonably, to come back with facts showing that this is likely to reduce greenhouse gases. I want it to be more than symbolic, more than a show. I feel like Rohnert Park and Petaluma are doing a show, but maybe they have facts.
But do we
Call
have
their staff and find
all
out.
of those?
Do you want?
And I would just say, do we have all of those facts for every specific thing within, for example, our climate action element? Do we have all of those facts to guide every single policy and action? We absolutely don't, but we have goals. We have overarching vision.
The cap is bad. No, the cap is really missing supporting evidence.
Okay.
That's a whole nother can of worms.
There's one other observation I might make, and that is that if there's a point that the four of you can coalesce around tonight, the council does have one more extension. If you extend it tonight, you do have one more extension. So if there's some duration that can get 4 votes on the dais, you can do that, and we will go back and do the best we can to get whatever additional information is required, bearing in mind that, of course, the planners are all frantically working to get the general plan wrapped up. But if you give us whatever amount of time you feel comfortable with, we'll do the best we can, and we'll come back to you and give you whatever information we've been able to amass, and the council will have an opportunity to, again, extend the moratorium or not, whatever you see fit.
Mayor Henderson and Councilmember Zabriskie, I think this is the compromise, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. The compromise is going to happen at the next few general plan meetings and through general plan adoption. Should we, if you proceed to join the vote tonight, you're creating a moratorium for an additional set amount of days. Rather than having staff go back to pick apart this one gas station thing and spend all this time and energy on one tiny little thing, this is coming back at the general plan. Andy just said you're either going to adopt a general plan that's going to prohibit gas station uses or we're not. Right?
They could come back. I don't want to do it on September 27th because that's when we're going to spend a lot of time on the general plan. But they could come back 2 weeks later with facts supporting
But that's a waste of staff's time. I wouldn't support that. I just then let it run out, and let's not signal that we don't want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and we're okay with gas guzzling cars. That's fine if that's what you want to do, but I don't think what I'm trying to say is your opportunity to allow or disallow this land use type is going to happen at the general plan level. This is holding us over for just a few months. And then through the general plan discussion, that these land use types can be incorporated into that discussion in a more robust way to either give you what you want or not. But what we're still doing is we're buying time, at least because we felt that way, to get through this next step.
So, Mayor, if I may just add, so we've been working diligently on the general plan. Obviously, we hope to bring you back all of the modifications to all the elements on September 27th. We actually just had a conversation with CAL FIRE and Truckee Fire that made us realize we need to spend some more time working on our safety element anyway. In addition to that, we also had a conversation with Ascent about the cap. So I think at this point, we're not going to be able to bring all the elements back to you on September 27th in their completed revised draft versions. We will be able to give you responses to public comment and some of the additional comment you provided. But what we want to do is have another joint session on October 27th. So take up your second meeting of October. An option you have would be to extend the moratorium to that October meeting so that we could talk about it in combination with the cap then, if you're interested.
But I will say, I don't know how easy it will be to provide the data that Councilmember Zabriskie is explicitly looking for, which
And I agree.
I believe is greenhouse gas emission reductions, gas consumption reductions, and VMT reductions associated with a prohibition on gas stations. I mean, we can certainly work, but knowing that that's about 6 weeks away, I don't know if we will be able to give you that explicit information. I mean, just
although we have
agree?
someone in the room who's offered some help for us. Okay. So I think that's some additional technical information that would be useful for us to utilize.
Correct. So if Councilmember Zabriskie, if you're not going to get there, I'll make a motion. Let's put it up. And if it gets denied, great. But I think we should move this along. We have multiple more agenda items. We've had people waiting in the public, and we have closed session. Yeah. So I'm not sure how we're going to do all that. So I will make a motion to, one, this is the public hearing, reading and adopting the amended urgency ordinance, and I guess you want us to probably take these separately since they require different vote types and get. So I'll separate out number 1 to conduct the public hearing, which we've done, and extend until March 13th the moratorium. Any seconds?
I will second.
Okay, I'll have an amended motion. How procedurally should I deal with that?
Well, first we would vote on this. Am I correct? We would vote on this before we heard another motion because we have a motion on the table.
It technically depends on whether we're using Robert's Rules of Order or something called Rosenberg's Rules of Order, and I'll defer to Judy as to what we're using.
Roberts.
Okay, with Roberts, you have to deal with motions seriatim. That means as they come up. So you'll have to dispense with the first motion and have a vote on that rather than amending it on the floor.
Yes, thank you, Andy. Okay, so may I have a second for Councilmember Pallavi's motion, please?
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, Councilmember Zabriskie opposes.
So that motion fails 3-1.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to, my motion would essentially be to, will essentially extend the moratorium until, what was the October date you were talking about, Danielle?
Let me double check that date. I think it was the 27th. October 25th. That's the second meeting for council in October.
Okay, so a week after that is, well, the end of the month, till the end of October. And also have the draft land use study come back then.
Well, the land use report in connection with the moratorium has to come back to council 10 days before the moratorium is set to expire. So if you have it expire October 31st, we'd have to bring it back to you 10 days prior to that, which does not align well with the council meeting.
What does our current moratorium get us through without the extension?
10 days from now.
10 days from now. We've already gone 60 or 50 days. Well,
35 days,
35.
I think.
Okay.
You only have 45.
Councilmember Zabriskie, would you be okay with like November 15th?
Well, I'll be okay with 10 days past October 25th.
That would make it an expiration date of November 4th, I believe.
Perfect.
May I ask a question of council? So there were 2 modifications or corrections to the report that I heard, and I didn't know if you wanted to include those as part of your adoption of that plan, which is a separate vote from the moratorium.
I think let's get through the moratorium first, and then we'll get to the second part, if that's okay with staff. Okay, so Councilmember Zabriskie, do you want to repeat your amended motion?
Right, extend the moratorium to November 4th? To November 4th.
And to clarify, I believe the motion contemplates extending the draft moratorium that was provided today, not the one that was originally in the agenda packet. So the one being adopted is the one that allows processing of applications.
Correct. Thank you.
Do I have a second on this side of the dais?
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I don't understand the point. I mean, we're going to waste more staff time on this. I don't believe we should be wasting more staff time on this. This is stupid. We're going to do this again at the general plan. This is unnecessary delay. So no, I'm going to vote no. Do you want me to vote yeah? What do you want me to do?
Well, I think this gives us.
I don't care.
This
Fine, yes,
yeah, okay.
fine.
This extends the moratorium.
I think this is a waste of our staff time and a waste of our resources, and it's going to distract from all the work we're trying to do.
How do you want to vote?
I said yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Let's move on to item 2, adopt the draft land use study update report and provide direction. Well, we've provided direction, I think, to staff on some of the report items itself, but on issuing the report on behalf of council. Do I have a motion?
Were we going to wait to do that until, or no, Andy, you were just.
This one has to be approved tonight.
Okay. So I will make the motion that we adopt the draft land use study update report with the direction, with the additional comments we provided to staff tonight.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
That passes.
That
Because that one
passes
only took 3
3-1.
votes.
Thank you, Andy. Okay. Thank you to everyone who's still here with us. Let's move on to 7.5. West River Landscaping and Lighting Assessment, District Number 1, Resolution 2022-55 and 2022-56.
And Mayor, staff is fine with moving on. I know it's been a couple hours since your last break, so I'll just point that out.
That's a great point. I think we got so engrossed in that discussion that time just flew by. How do my fellow council members keep going?
I feel like we have people here that want to make comments.
Let's keep going.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So yeah, we're talking about the West River Landscaping and Lighting District Number 1 tonight. So the primary catalyst for this item is the formation of this district is the West River Streetscape project. We're hoping to put that project out to bid in November, and with similar to past practice, like on the Brickletown project and the Vision DPR project, we're recommending establishing a long-term maintenance funding source before we actually start construction on that project. But the infrastructure that is covered in the landscape lighting district would also include infrastructure that would be built as part of the West River Park project, the Reimagined Bridge Street project, and also the Brockway Road multi-use trail project that was actually built last year. Just real quick, this is a graphic of that sort of all those projects together. The West River Streetscape project includes sidewalks, crosswalks, landscaping, lighting, parking, drainage improvements, and utility undergrounding. So what is the purpose of this landscape lighting district? It's basically, it would set assessments on individual parcels which would then be used to maintain the improvements. So it includes the Landscape Lighting District, or the LLD that's in front of you tonight, provides funding for routine maintenance of sidewalks, landscaping, utilities. So that's snow removal, sweeping, off-haul, maintenance of amenities. It includes landscape maintenance, utilities. So there's annual fees for utilities that go underground within UP right-of-way, and so that there's an item in there for that as well. And then also there is it covers district administration, and a reserve for insurance and deductibles. So when you add all this up, our estimated cost for the maintenance for these items is $90,300 per year. So this is a graphic sort of shows how the assessment gets allocated. So the pink areas here are considered general benefit, and what that really means is they're not particular distinct, and they're not directly related or impactful to specific parcels. So in general, the general benefit portion of the landscape lighting district is some sidewalks along the north side of the corridor, as well as some of the sidewalks and improvements along Bridge Street, because they're not directly kind of associated with specific parcels in the landscape district.
And also of note, that's sidewalk that's on the frontage of property that's owned by the railroad, who would it wouldn't be uncommon for us to send the railroad a bill for sidewalk maintenance there and for them to not pay it. So we didn't want to leave a hole in the assessment district. So the suggestion is that we as the town effectively pick that role up to ensure that that area would be covered.
There's also the orange represents sort of the areas that are kind of shared by all those that are being assessed. And then the turquoise is the private property frontage areas. And then the dark blue is the town owned property, which is this large area right here on the left side of the screen, which is the West River Street Park project. So of the maintenance costs, the general benefit represents just over $16,000 or 18% of the total cost. So the remaining portion gets divided up between the remaining property owners. So $1 worth of assessment equals 1 vote on the formation of this district. What that really means is that the town property it makes up about 41% of the votes. And then the remainder is paid by the individual property owners along the corridor. So overall, when you add up sort of the general benefit, which the town would cover, and plus the assessment that would be on the town, for the town portion of the town-owned property, the town would be paying just over 50% of the whole cost of the maintenance. When kind of in summary, each property owner per the proposed district would pay a maximum assessment of $2.60 or 61 cents per square foot of sidewalk area. It could be increased each year based on the CPI, Consumer Price Index per council direction. And then every year, an updated engineer's report would be presented to council prior to levying the tax assessments. And in general, what this kind of works out to be, aside from excluding the town parcel, it's roughly in like the $500 to like $3,500 per parcel range would be what the maximum fee would be, or assessment fee. So in order to move forward with the landscape lighting district, the next steps we've got tonight, we're recommending that a couple resolutions be adopted. If that gets approved tonight, we would send ballots out tomorrow. And then it would set the sort of election. The November 8th meeting, the town clerk would tabulate the ballots, and the council would have the opportunity to potentially approve the resolution of formation that would create the LLD. And then on November 9th, the clerk would file the notice of assessment. And then again, in May of 2023, we would amend the engineer's report and set assessments similar to when we do our other assessment districts and CFDs. So our recommendation tonight is to adopt Resolution 2022-55, which would initiate the proceedings that are necessary. This is a resolution that's required to basically initiate the proceedings to form the LLD. The next resolution, the 2022-56, is one that states an intent to create to pursue or create the formation of the landscape lighting district. And then the third item that we're hoping to get direction from the town council on tonight is whether or not the town should be submitting a vote for the town parcel. Given that the town's vote is worth 41%, there's basically a question for council to consider about whether or not the town wants to cast a vote, because it would, if the town votes, there's a much smaller proportion of the other property owners that would need to be in support of the landscape lighting district for it to pass. One thing that is an option for the council to consider along those lines is that you could direct the clerk to tally votes with and without the town vote, just so you have that information on the November meeting. So we get all the votes, the town does cast a vote, but then you also have the information of would it pass without the town vote, and that can be used by the council to decide whether or not you actually want to move forward with the formation of the landscape lighting district. That pretty much concludes my presentation, except that I forgot to mention that we have Kristen Lowell also on Zoom tonight. She wasn't able to make it up over I-80, but she's been waiting patiently, and she's our consultant that prepared the engineer's report and is helping us with the formation of this district. So she's available to answer questions as well. That's it for me.
Thank you, Becky. Let's move right into council questions. Vice Mayor Romack, I'll start with you.
No questions.
Councilmember Pallavi, any questions?
No questions.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Can you just briefly summarize the comments? There was at least one or two comments on this item. There was a letter of support. Was that the only one?
My recollection is there was just a letter of support.
Okay.
And I can look that up as we're answering other questions.
All right. Thank you. I think I know where we're going. So I'm fine. Those are all my questions.
I also don't have any questions, so we will open public comment. You guys can queue right up, and again, just state your name for the record if you would.
Hi, Lucas McClellan. I'm a property owner on Riverside Drive, so not part of the assessment, but I'm appearing here tonight on behalf of Jenny and Reed McKinney, who do own the Truckee cabins at the inn at 10199 West River, and they are in opposition to the lighting district. That would assess them a maximum of $3,107.50, while assessing Jacks at the Tracks $1,848.34. Seems a little bit out of whack. It seems like this was a little maybe rushed to completion. I feel that the town should pay for the sidewalks, and I feel that the utility district should pay for the undergrounding of the wires. The tax money and the tax basis is much larger than it's been historically, and there should be funds available for this type of project. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make a public comment?
Great, wonderful. J.D. Haas, 10055 West River Street, and I've spoke with Dan about this before when we were here. Kind of embarrassing to hear how much money we get out of the parking structures down there if his numbers are correct. Because I was under the impression when the parking was paid parking, it was to pay for snow removal, it was to pay for maintenance, it was to pay for these things. With putting in more parking, I don't believe that it's our responsibility for your vision. I don't oppose you making it nicer, but assessing me to pay for it to make it nicer, I don't believe that that's my responsibility. I believe that you could actually bring the price of parking up to a reasonable rate. There's only so much Truckee to love, and they're here from the Bay Area, and you might as well bring the parking up to the Bay Area rates. They're not paying $2 an hour down there. They're paying a lot more. And we're not actually even policing the parking either. There's nobody down there policing the parking. When people come, where do I pay? I say, don't worry about paying. Nobody's policing it. It's okay. Sorry, Chief Renfro, but you could collect some funds down there, buddy, because there's no need to pay for parking because there's nobody enforcing it because we don't need the money anyway. And with that being said, we also talked about safety too. This bridge that's going to bring people into our area across from the park. We saw that we had domestic terrorism already on the Legacy Trail. Someone trying to burn down a sanitation district. I brought this up at the meeting. I said, we need more policing. We need people to watch this. I was told no more money was going to be put into policing and taking care of this. This is going to bring people into our community outside the backside of the area and bring them right into our homes and drop them right there. There's nothing there to protect us as it is. And what if they start a fire back there? We just saw what just happened. And as well with that, there's two buildings going, and it's not here, but you have two buildings going on each side of the park. When you sell those buildings, what's going on with that money? See, my assessment's $1,100 a year. That's a fair amount of money. There's nobody else coming to this town to go to work because we're not building workforce housing, so no one can come here and work. It's just us. We're the workers. So I'm going to have to work harder, and fourth job now, to pay for this. So I don't know. I think there's money to be found somewhere else. But those two buildings, I want to know where the money's coming from. I didn't know the town was going into building and selling real estate. What are we going to do with that money? Lastly, why is our town engineer driving, I love you, Dan, but I'm sorry, but why are you driving a snowplow? Because you have nobody here to service the town. You have no employees. And who's going to maintenance it? You are, because you're driving the snowplow. You're going to have to come on Saturday because we're going to call you.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Would anyone else like to step up?
My name's Ross Collins. I do not have a dog in this fight. I am a concerned citizen, good friend of Lucas's and JD's, but I generally think that the downtown corridor there along West River, the shops, the infrastructure that might be added, it's a public asset. And I think putting the burden on these individual property owners for what will be enjoyed by our visitors, by other people within this town walking that area, I think that's a burden that they shouldn't have to take on and should be spread around a larger group of citizens of Truckee. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 2 dogs, but neither one of them are in the fight. My name's Curtis Cook. I live on Riverside Drive. I'm all for having sidewalks, all for having the power lines underground. It's an expense you guys should pick up. You know, it shouldn't go to the business owners because that section of Truckee, there are no sidewalks there, and the businesses will thrive. Truckee's going to thrive. You guys will get more than money back from parking, increasing parking fees, and the new parking spots you're going to put in. It shouldn't fall on the business owners or the homeowners in that area. So I'm opposed to half of it, but want to see the sidewalks and the stuff go underground, which you guys already have the money for. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm David Vale. I have the great fortune of owning the Star Hotel. It's been a long history of trying to maintain the building, restoring the building. I've spent lots of my time and effort. I was the catalyst to getting the first 3 buildings down the street. I actually built the sidewalk and have been maintaining it for years. So we did that in probably 12 years ago. So my suggestion is, with the amount of years that I've tried to keep that sidewalk usable, is to not have the town snowplow drive, not you, so fast down that road that they throw that slush back up. Because by the time I get back from work at 6 at night, it's frozen and you've got this ice sidewalk. So lots of salt, lots of scraping. We're excited to get the hotel open, and that should be shortcoming very soon. And I just, I've had a lot of burden, and I really don't want to spend any more money or time. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no one else, we will close public comment and move into deliberations. And Vice Mayor Romack, I am back to you.
Ask a few more questions of staff in light of the comments from the public.
Yeah, I think, why don't we do that? Do we want to kind of continue with questions, or did you have any other questions that you wanted to say as well?
I don't have any other questions.
I mean, I just wanted to maybe set the stage a little bit. I don't know if there's confusion or everybody's clear, but there's going to be a $30 million investment in about 500 yards. How much is it? Not even that far. And so what you're being asked as property owners is, do you support the ongoing maintenance and not even the full cost of that? But you're asked to support, do you support the ongoing maintenance of the areas directly in front? You'll be assessed based on the frontage, your percentage of frontage. So I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page and understands exactly what's happening here. And if you don't think that your property is going to 1.5x or 2x after a $30 million public investment, I would consider how all of that starts to play out, and what West River really turns into, and the investments that you've made down there, and the price that you're being asked to maintain. And we're not shoving anything down your throat. All we're going to do here tonight is maybe put it up for ballot. If we all agree to do that, you will still retain your vote to vote yes or no, and then it'll run its course.
But the reality is, should you vote no and should not enough property owners go, that $30 million goes away and West River Street doesn't get improved. So just to be clear, sort of the sort of small annual investment that you're going to be asked as part of a much larger picture. And the town is picking up 25% of the total amount. So your total assessment, while it's $90,000, the town is picking up all the public spaces. You're not being assessed for maintenance on any of the sort of extra benefits that will be applied to the project area. So there's a considerable investment there that the town is putting in on an annual basis as well. And I think that's just important caveats so that we're all on the same page moving this forward, and nothing will be shoved down your throat and nothing will be forced upon you. If the majority of property owners say, nah, we're not interested, then that's cool, because we have a very long list and hundreds of millions of dollars in other projects that are available to be implemented. You're just next on the list. That's why we're here tonight. So just want to be really, really clear about that and the stakes that I think West River Street has to either gain or lose from this annual investment.
We have to sell our property to regain the money.
Okay.
It's not an argument and not a debate. It's just just trying to be really clear what it is. So
Exactly. Yes.
I said my piece. I don't have any other questions. So if somebody else has questions, then we should proceed with that.
I think Councilmember Zabriskie has some additional questions. Why don't we finish up with questions and then we'll just finalize our deliberations. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yeah, I just want to know, is there anything unique about this assessment district in terms of how they're generally done? And I'm kind of building off Councilmember Pallavi's.
I would say we've taken great care to structure this assessment district in a way that's consistent with the Brickletown Assessment District that was created a few years ago, with the envisioned DPR assessment district that was created a few years ago, and with the assessment district that was created for the rail yard. So we've tried to be very consistent in the basic approach. Some of the details vary, but the basic concept holds.
And if I recall correctly, the town would be responsible for 41%?
Yes.
Of the fee?
Yeah, when the full build-out happens.
You went through it. Okay, those are all my questions.
I have one follow-up. How many total special districts do we have?
So we have, for sidewalk maintenance, because we have some to create transit, there's some for trail maintenance. Specific to sidewalk maintenance, we have 3 currently. So there's one in the rail yard, there's one in Brickletown, and there's one in the Donner Pass Road corridor between basically Mountain Hardware and the freeway. So this would be the 4th one if it passes, or we would stick with 3 if it doesn't.
And then, as you said, we also have several other special districts, for example, to help fund trail maintenance in specific neighborhoods and things like that.
Yeah, there's a couple for trail maintenance funding that were tied to new development projects, and there's a couple that generate transit funding as well.
Okay, thank you for that. With that, back over to Vice Mayor Romack for deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone's comments. And as Councilmember Pallavi said, we're not making a decision on it passing or not tonight, just moving forward with the vote. I do appreciate Councilmember Pallavi's comments, and it is something to consider as you, if we do move forward with it going to a vote. I apologize, I forgot your name, who owns the Star Hotel. You mentioned, you spend time to have to remove snow and do things in front of your property. While this will cost you all money, it will save you that time, because the town will be doing this maintenance and it will be consistent. And sorry, we're not getting into an argument now, but there will be maintenance that is done there that would be consistent throughout the sidewalk area. So that is one thing to consider. I'm comfortable moving forward with initiating these proceedings so we can have this go to a vote. I would definitely like to see the votes tallied with and without the town vote. I think that's important since the town represents 41%. And that way it's important for us to consider we can see both when it's finalized. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Pallavi, you said you were done with your deliberation?
Same.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Ditto.
Okay, wonderful. I am also comfortable with moving forward into this process and agree on having the votes tallied both with and without the town vote so that we can look at that when it comes back. Dan, do you want to say something?
Thank you. A minor, important procedural question. So the town vote, I believe the way the district is agendized, the council could vote tonight, or we could bring that back to you as a separate agenda item in the future. But I think there would need to be a formal action by the council to either vote yes or no on the district.
I don't think that's correct. I think tonight is only procedurally deciding whether or not to move ahead with the formation. The town council would have an opportunity to vote later.
So we would bring that back as a separate agenda item. I thought we had tried to agendize it to allow them to vote.
I don't think we can because the council hasn't started the proceedings yet.
Very well. Thanks.
That's a good clarification. Thank you. So we're all on the same page about what we're actually voting on? Yes? Yes? Okay, wonderful. So with that, may I have a motion related to what is before us this evening?
I'll make a motion. We adopt resolution 2022-55 and 2022-56 in addition to providing direction to tabulate and tally the votes both with and without the town voting included. That's
May I have-
sufficient? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And it passes unanimously. And thank you again to everyone for their public comments and for staying with us at 9:36 at night. Okay, our last discussion item for the evening, our fee schedule update.
Honorable Mayor and council members, the item you've all been waiting for. So we're here to present the annual inflationary adjustment and fee updates. This year, there was a 5.2% inflationary index, and that is based on the consumer price index for San Francisco, Oakland from February 2021 to February 2022. And this is for all urban consumers. This is the most, the nearest CPI index that is provided by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I believe it is. And so that's why, and we've used this one consistently since we did our last user fee study, I believe. This is just looking at the link from the BLS website. So we applied the 5.2% inflationary adjustment to any fees on our fee schedule that can be adjusted by the inflationary index. There's some fees that are governed by other sources such as California government code, or some of them are put out by just specific entities in the state. Otherwise, we applied the 5.2% inflationary adjustment. We also included some additional changes to the fee schedule, including the code compliance section. We added fines specific for building and safety code violations. Right now, we have a $100, $200, and $500 fee schedule for all fines. And we found additional code sections in the California Government Code that allows us to charge increased fines for building and safety code violations specifically. So this would be for construction or grading without a building permit or continuing to work in violation of a stop work order. These fines are slightly higher, and there's an even higher fine for commercial properties. These fines are designed to encourage individuals to comply with the violations. And then we also have 3 new fees that we're proposing in relation to the Truckee Home Access Program, which you adopted the guidelines for earlier this meeting. And those are based on advice from our consultant on the cost to administer the program while preventing those fees from being prohibitive from individuals wanting to participate in the program. We also made some minor changes to the descriptions on a few fees. We wanted to point out that while the planning deposits typically only increase in increments of 250 due to the compounding of the current and previous year inflationary index, some of the deposits are increasing by $500, but unused deposits will be returned to the applicant at the end of the project. And then there was one correction to the deck and patio cover fee in the building miscellaneous fees. From the previous year, there was just a miscalculation. If approved, the fees would become effective December 1st. We have to have 60 days for development-related fees, so our building fees. So we kind of just push all of our fees onto the fee increases onto the same date, even though not all of our fees are development-related. With the exception of the new housing program fees, we are hoping to get the program implemented as quickly as possible so we can have fees go into effect within 30 days. So with that, we would propose that the housing program fees would go into effect on October 13th. And with that, are there any questions? Otherwise, we have the recommendation for council.
Thank you, Nikki. That was great. Okay, Councilmember Pallavi, any questions? Vice Mayor Romack. Councilmember Zabriskie. No. Okay, and we do not have any public with us any longer this evening, so we can go ahead and open and close public comment immediately. Any deliberations on this side of the dais?
I say we move forward with adopting the resolution. I can make a motion that we adopt resolution 2022-55. Or 57, sorry. Whew, long night. Approving the rest of the stuff.
Second.
Councilmember Pallavi seconds. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So very promptly into council reports. I'm just going to start on this side again. Councilmember Pallavi. Sorry, you didn't have your calendar out. Vice Mayor Romack.
I will go ahead. I attended the Chamber Awards on Friday with all my fellow council members. Fantastic event. Also watched Good Morning Truckee this morning via the stream. Thanks to Dan Wilkins for giving us a hilarious look inside the world of Public Works, and thanks to Jen Calloway as well. She did a great job. Also attended the North Tahoe, the TMA meeting. And one thing that was discussed there, the Commute Tahoe program, which is a TRPA initiative, which is looking at, ways to get people, employees and employers to do various things to get people to change their modes of transportation. And one just interesting thing, the gentleman from Palisades shared that they ran a program this summer where folks biked to work and showed it on Strava. They would get some additional money after a certain amount of days ridden by bike. So I just thought that was interesting, and I like that area businesses are looking at innovative ways to incentivize people to not drive their cars. And I think that was mainly it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I attended that same TMA meeting as Councilmember Romack noted, and listened to Councilmember wearing a different hat and reporting on all the money that comes out of Placer County. I'm hoping there's some way we can tap into that on this side of the border. And there was a great presentation on the success of the Placer County TART program, as well as Alfred Knott's presentation on our TART Connect and how well that did. Yes, I also attended the Chamber of Commerce event. Good morning this morning. Yes, Dan was excellent, as well as our town manager. She got some hard questions. She answered them very well. And then working on establishing Prosser Lakeview as a Firewise community, had meetings on that. And then Rotary, and then there's this Golden Seniors thing for which I qualify that's held every Thursday morning. I attended those the last couple of weeks.
You've been busy.
Campaigning.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Yep. So Chamber Awards, Good Morning Truckee with all of you. That was great. I did attend a housing happy hour. Hillary was there and Lynn was there with Landing Locals. That was like 3 or 4 weeks ago, but I missed a council meeting. So there you go. I did want to give you guys just like a super quick Visit Truckee Tahoe update because there was some really, really valuable tidbits that came out. So one of them being ski lease demand super high, not so good. Next really good one is that more long-term leases have been coming forward to some of our property managers exactly due to the fact that they can't short-term rent. So we do have some actual physical evidence that this is happening. It is extremely, like Hillary and I were both like, wait, what? Can you repeat that? And yeah, so that was really, really good to hear. These are all people who had some real estate transactions within the last 2 to 3 years, had some changing of event lives, ended up leaving, not utilizing their property as they so intended, realized they couldn't short-term rent and are now choosing to long-term rent because of the interest rates and other real estate pressures going on there. So really, really good news there. We are definitely going to continue to track that. And that also came from one of our newest board members at VTT. So even more awesome. And then one of the other, so just bookings overall have been down in the lodging sector all summer, and both compared to the last year and the year before that. And many of the lodging providers said that July 4th was also significantly down due to no fireworks everywhere. So fireworks are clearly a tourism draw. Clearly, if we're trying to control things like that, then, you know, that might be a lever point moving into the future, just more of a heads up at this point. And that was it from the VTT meeting. And oh no, there was one more. Sorry, microtransit. And I'm sure this will come back to us. There's a very deep desire, if for VTT to continue as a funder. There's a very strong interest in making sure that there's a connection to North Star, which is where the TART Connect picks up. So North Shore gets them to North Star. We do have a void currently in the service, and so there's no connection right now. So that was very important. A lot of employees are coming from Kings Beach and not able to make that connection. So if microtransit is focused not on ski traffic, more on getting workers, getting people to utilize that service more. That was one of the biggest. VTT is most likely on board, but that was definitely one of the things that was brought up very, very clearly and strongly, I would say, in order to get the rest of the board to go along with it. But I think we're hopefully still in good shape. So just a point of feedback. Maybe there's some way we can work that out. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
That's really great. I really appreciate hearing just some of the points that you guys are all raising in your council reports tonight. I'm just going to highlight a couple. So I was at Utility 2030, which is a utility-focused conference on envisioning what the energy and water utility landscape is going to look like by the year 2030, and had sort of the unique honor of giving the keynote address. I talked about mobilizing citizens, customers, and communities in the clean energy and water transition, and I highlighted a lot of specific examples from our town and received so much positive feedback from people coming out of all of the work that we're doing here. So I really just wanted to share that because it's such a collective effort. I was also at the League of California Cities for 3 days last week. I was on an innovative housing solutions panel, and again, talked about a lot of our programs. THAP, that's going to take me a little while. THAP, I talked about lease to locals, our STR regulations. There was a ton of interest in what we're doing. Again, it was a standing room only audience. It was a really, really large room. So this was just a really exciting exchange of information with other towns from throughout the state. And then also got to connect with a lot of folks and, around things related to tree planting and upcoming RFPs coming out of CAL FIRE related to that, and just other different types of funding opportunities that we might be able to access, which would be really, really beneficial. And then yes, chamber awards and those types of things. Okay, so with that, I am going to adjourn us to our closed session right now and to the joint Council Planning Commission meeting on September 27th, 5 p.m. right here at Town Hall. Thank you, everyone.